hello. Am I audible now? Make sure you can clearly audible me. You can clearly hear me. Make sure I'm clearly audible to you all. All right, okay. So very good afternoon, you all. Very good afternoon, Piyush. Very good afternoon, Janvi, Shrijal, Ujala, Sonali, Sakshi, Shipra, Piyush, Anjali. Very good afternoon, you all, student. How are you? How are you all? I hope you all are preparing well for the upcoming examination. You are revising all important concepts, theories, and important PYQ sessions which we have already completed on YouTube. Very good afternoon, you all. Very good afternoon. So this is the third class. This is the third marathon. And you know, in the last classes, we have discussed important literary periods of British literature. And this marathon will be very... Okay, okay. Wait. Give me 1 minute. So, are you all facing this particular problem? Is my voice too low? Can't you hear me clearly? Yes, student? Voice low है. Okay, okay, give me few minutes. Can you hear me now? Is it clear? Is it better? सारे इधर तो कह रहे नहीं है. Is it better? Okay, so should I start this session? All right, so in the last class we have discussed important... So, okay, very good afternoon you all. I hope you can clearly hear me. Sakshi, Shipra, Ujala, Srijal, Afroj, Jaya, Janvi, Piyush, Anjali, Sonali, Janvi, and you all. Very good afternoon you all. So, okay. अभी भी वो ऑडियो स्लो है ऐसा लग रहा है. सारे बच्चों को ये दिक्कत है या जानवी ओनली यू आर फेसिंग दिस प्रॉब्लम? सभी को मेरी वॉइस, मेरी आवाज़ कम सुनाई पड़ रही है या सिर्फ जानवी की साइड से ये प्रॉब्लम है? मेक मी श्योर. Low है voice? सारे कह रहे हैं कि लो वॉइस है. Is it fine? अभी भी लो वॉइस आ रही है? ठीक है. अभी ठीक है या लो है? Is it better now? Now you can hear me? अभी अच्छे से आवाज जा रही है मेरी? अच्छे से सुन सकते हो आप? या अभी भी वॉइस लो है? Yes, Janvi, is it fine now? थोड़े से खुला ही रख दीजिए. Okay, so you know, in the last class we have discussed important literary periods of British literature, and this class, this is the third marathon class where we are going to know the extremely important periods of British literature. And you know, Romantic period, Victorian period, modern period and post-modern period, these literary periods are extremely important for your upcoming exam. Mostly questions will be there in your examination from Victorian age, from modern period and post-modern period. And all these four periods, all these four literary periods, we are going to discuss in this class only. I hope all those important facts which I already have taught you in the last classes are clear. If you have any query, any question, any confusion regarding the last classes, you can put in the comment box. You can go ahead with your questions. Make sure everything is clear to you so that I will proceed in this session. I'll tell you about Romantic age. Very good afternoon, Datta. Very good afternoon, you all. Okay, so no question, no confusion. So are you ready for the marathon? Kindly share this link among your friends who are also preparing for MA English exam, who are also going to appear on 12th of March. You can share this link so that most of the students who are preparing for this exam will be benefited. All right. Okay. So let's start this session. We are going to discuss Romantic period. And you know, when we say Romantic period, we should remember the year 1798. 1798 is the year when lyrical ballads published. Lyrical ballad, which is a collaborative work by William Wordsworth and Samuel Taylor Coleridge, and this Romantic Manifesto was published collaboratively in the year 1798. In the last class, we have discussed important literary periods like Anglo-Saxon period, which is also known as Old English period. We have discussed Middle English period and all the three sections of Middle English period, that is before Chaucer, the age of Chaucer and after Chaucer. We have also discussed the Renaissance, and in the Renaissance, we have discussed Elizabethan period, then Jacobean period, Caroline period and Commonwealth period. Commonwealth period, which is also the period of Civil War and interregnum age. Then we have discussed Next important literary period, that is the Restoration. And when we talk about the Restoration, that is the part of Neoclassical movement. Neoclassical age, which was the age of 18th century, it is a broader time period, so that it is divided into three parts. Restoration age, where John Dryden was the representative satirist, writer and poet. That is why Restoration age is known as the age of Dryden. Then we have discussed Augustan period. Augustan period में जो सबसे influential writer थे, जो सबसे influential poet थे, उनका नाम था Alexander Pope, and that is why Augustan age is known as the age of Pope. Alright, and the latter period of 18th century we have discussed, that was the age of Johnson, Dr. Johnson. That is why the age is known as the age of sensibility, age of transition, and you can also say pre-romantic age. Okay, so in 18th century literature we all have seen that there were certain rules, structure, order and the uses of heroic couplet in their writings. But when we talk about romantic age is totally different from 18th century literature. In 18th century literature, writers were trying to imitate the writing style of those ancient classical writers. But in romantic period, these writers are trying to imitate nature. Nature became the dominant subject matter of their writing. They all were inclined towards rural area, rural setting and rural landscapes. They all have used free verses in their writing. So Neoclassical age and romantic period both are opposite to each other. In 18th century literature, mostly writers have followed some certain rules, some norms and ordered way in their writing. In 18th century writing, in Neoclassical period, we have discussed important writers like John Dryden, Alexander Pope, Dr. Samuel Johnson, Joseph Addison, Richard Steele. We have also discussed important novelists and 18th century literature, 18th century Neoclassical age and probably the last age, okay. Primarily the latter period of 18th century age also had seen the rise of novel, where you can find 4 wills of English novels. And there, if you know, can you tell me who are the 4 wills of English novels? Who are the 4 wills of English novels? English novelists. 4 wills of English novelists. बताइए. Yes, Samuel Richardson, Henry Fielding, Henry Fielding, Lawrence and Smollett, okay? Lawrence and Smollett. You know which one is important work by Samuel Richardson? Which work is very important in the context of Samuel Richardson? You all know Pamela, which has subtitle Virtue Rewarded. एंड ध्यान से देखिएगा, यहाँ से क्वेश्चन आपके एग्जाम में कई बार पूछा गया है, ठीक है. व्हाट इज द सबटाइटल ऑफ द नॉवेल रिटन बाय सैमुअल रिचर्डसन? ओके, पामेला. देन द वैनिटी ऑफ ह्यूमन विशेस. हु हैज रिटन द वैनिटी ऑफ ह्यूमन विशेस? Who is the author of the Vanity of Human Wishes? And what about Henry Fielding? You know, Tom Jones? The Vanity of Human Wishes is not written by Samuel Richardson Schlegel. Henry Fielding, Tom Jones. And Lawrence and Sterne, another important English novelists of 18th century. We have seen that in 18th century, satire became the dominant form of literature, dominant form of literary writing. And in 18th century, all important writers have followed certain rules, certain structure and order in their writing. But you should remember that in 19th century, from Romantic age, first of all, you should remember the time period of Romantic age, which starts from the publication of lyrical ballads. In 18th century, we have seen mostly writers have written pamphlet, essays and satirical writings. But in 19th century, mostly writers had written poetry, and this age also had seen the rise of novels. And Victorian period, the upcoming literary period, is primarily known for the writing of novels, English novels. As in Elizabethan age, we have studied that the Elizabethan period is primarily known for the flourishment of important plays. Similarly, the Romantic age and Victorian age is primarily known for the writing of novels, and it is considered as the second golden period of English literature. Alright, so the time period of Romantic age is from 1798 to 1850. Although 1832 में Reform Act आया था, Reform Bill, एंड यहाँ से विक्टोरियन एज 1838 से बहुत क्रिटिक्स का कहना है शुरू हो जाता है, that we will be discussing in the upcoming class, not in the upcoming class but in this marathon class only. So in Romantic period, there were major shifts which occurred, and those shifts were the return to nature, that nature became the dominant theme of their writings. They all inclined towards rural setting, rural landscapes, and they all were highly influenced by the ideas of French Revolution. Let's know important characteristics of this age. So Romanticism is the name of dominant literary movement of 19th century, and it was there in the field of literature and other arts, particularly in the field of music and painting. And you should remember the time period from 1798 to 1850. The main feature of this age is the importance of self-expression and individual feeling. The importance of self-expression, individualism and self-expression became important themes of Romantic period's writing. It emphasizes the truth of imagination rather than scientific truth. Imagination played great role in the writings of Romantic writers. So the time period is 1798, somewhere it is written 1800, somewhere it is written 1798 to 1850, and they have focused mainly on the themes like emotions, individualism and nature. Alright, in their writing you can find individual self-expression, you can find emotion, you can find free verses in their writing, you can find imaginative thoughts in their writings, and nature is the most important subject matter you can find in all the writings of Romantic period. I hope you got it. Many writers were against industrialization, because you know industrialization as a process which flourished in 19th century. Many writers have written on the positive side, on the positive effect of industrialization, whereas some writers have noted down the negative impacts of industrialization. They all had believed in the you can say in the power of, in the capability of individual, right? And imagination is the most important writing. So you should remember, in Romantic period you can find imagination, You can find self-expression, individualism, nature, very important theme, love for nature, then rural setting. Also you can find imagination. Okay, I have written imagination already. All right. They have also used free verses in their writing, ठीक है? So I hope these points you will remember in Romantic period. You can find all important elements in the writers of Romantic age. Is it clear? ये याद रहेगा आप लोगों को? समझ में आया? What I have tried to make you understand? I have tried to make you understand important literary characteristics of Romantic age. मैम इंडियन लिटरेचर का मैराथन कब होगा? नेक्स्ट सेशन में इंडियन इंग्लिश लिटरेचर और इंडियन लिटरेचर होगा, ठीक है? इज इट ओके? रोमांटिक एज क्लियर है साक्षी? ऑल राइट, ओके. सो नाउ वी आर गोइंग टू अंडरस्टैंड इम्पॉर्टेंट, as I told you, free verse gained popularity. Free verse which was used for free flow of words. In heroic couplet we have seen that they have followed they have followed rhymed iambic pentameter, but when you use free verses it means you are following free flow of words. So free verse became very important literary tool for literature. Okay, William Wordsworth is known as the poet of nature. See, these points are important. ये जो phrases हैं ये important है. हो सकता है यहाँ से question आपके एग्जाम में पूछा जाए, क्योंकि previous exams में यहाँ से question पूछे गए हैं. Question इस तरीके का पूछा गया है: Who is considered as the poet of love? Which of the following writer is known as the poet of nature? Which of the following author is known as the poet of beauty? तो इस तरीके का जब क्वेश्चन आएगा तो ये बहुत इजी है आपके लिए याद करना. आप याद रखिएगा, जो वर्ड्सवर्थ हैं, विलियम वर्ड्सवर्थ, who is the representative writer of the age, is considered as the poet of nature. Coleridge is considered as the supernatural poet. Samuel Taylor Coleridge, another important poet of Romantic age. Then Lord Byron is considered as the poet of humanism. Then you should remember P.B. Shelley is considered as the poet of love, and John Keats is considered as the poet of beauty. P.B. Shelley is considered as the poet of love, whereas John Keats is considered as the poet of beauty. All right. Then you should remember Walter Scott is considered as the poet of medieval love. So these important phrases you should remember, you should revise. Wordsworth considered as the poet of nature. Coleridge is considered as supernatural poet. Byron is considered as the poet of humanism. Shelley is regarded as the poet of love. John Keats is considered as the poet of beauty, and Walter Scott is considered as the poet of medieval love. All right, I hope it's clear to you all. सबसे ज़्यादा क्वेश्चन मॉडर्न एंड पोस्ट मॉडर्न पीरियड से पूछा जाएगा, along with romantic age and Victorian periods. आज का मैराथन पीयूष बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट है, क्योंकि इस मैराथन क्लास में हम 4 सबसे इम्पॉर्टेंट लिटरेरी पीरियड्स ब्रिटिश लिटरेचर का कवर करेंगे. एंड मोस्ट प्रोबेबली जितने ऑथर्स हम आज की क्लास में पढ़ेंगे वो सारे ऑथर्स इतने इम्पॉर्टेंट हैं कि एग्जाम में हर बार क्वेश्चन इन ऑथर्स से पूछा जाता है. ओके, important notion you should remember. Goethe said that romanticism is disease, classicism is health. Let's talk about William Wordsworth. William Wordsworth is considered as the representative poet of the age, and he, along with Samuel Taylor Coleridge, published the Romantic Manifesto entitled as Lyrical Ballads. Lyrical Ballads was published in the year 1798, and this particular work, this particular writing was asked previously in your examination. Wordsworth's magnum opus is considered to be the Prelude. The Prelude is considered as the autobiographical poem, and it was initially entitled as the poem to Coleridge. ये सारे जो फैक्ट्स मैं बता रही हूँ अभी, ये सारे फैक्ट्स से डायरेक्ट क्वेश्चन पूछा जा सकता है. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल यू शुड रिमेंबर द मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंट वर्क ऑफ विलियम वर्ड्सवर्थ इज द प्रील्यूड, एंड द प्रील्यूड इज एन ऑटोबायोग्राफिकल वर्क. If this kind of question will be there, that which of the following work of Wordsworth is autobiographical in nature, your answer should be the Prelude. The Prelude को initially कहा जाता था the poem to Coleridge. Okay, he has also written an evening walk and descriptive sketches, and you know, the first edition of Lyrical Ballads, which is a collaborative work by Samuel Taylor Coleridge and William Wordsworth, was published in the year 1798, and इस particular first edition में विलियम वर्ड्सवर्थ का पोएम टिंटन्स एबे था और कॉलरिज का पोएम द राइम ऑफ द एंशिएंट मारिनर था. जो फर्स्ट एडिशन है लिरिकल बैलेड का, वो स्टार्ट होता है द राइम ऑफ द एंशिएंट मारिनर से एंड एंड होता है टिंटन एबे से. एंड इस तरीके का क्वेश्चन भी एग्जाम में पूछा जाता है कि विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग पोएम ऑफ सैमुअल टेलर कॉलरिज इज देयर इन द फर्स्ट एडिशन ऑफ लिरिकल बैलेड. तो इस तरीके का क्वेश्चन आएगा तो आपका आंसर क्या होना चाहिए कि फर्स्ट एडिशन में द राइम ऑफ द एंशिएंट मारिनर, जो कि एक इम्पॉर्टेंट पोएम है कॉलरिज का, इससे स्टार्ट होता है, एंड वर्ड्सवर्थ का जो पोएम है टिंटन एबे, उससे एंड होता है. सेकेंड एडिशन कब आया लिरिकल बैलेड का, याद रखिएगा 1800 में, एंड जो सेकेंड एडिशन आया उसमें वर्ड्सवर्थ ने लिखा है द प्रीफेस टू द पोएम. The preface to the poem is very important work contribution of Wordsworth, which is there in the second edition of Lyrical Ballad, and in this particular writing Wordsworth talks about how poetry should be written, what are important features of poetry, what are important elements which makes a poet, and what are important characteristics of good poetry. Alright, in this particular work, in the preface to the poem, he has given very important definition of poetry as poetry is the spontaneous overflow of the powerful emotion. So far you should remember in 1798 the collaborative work came as entitled Lyrical Ballad, and in the first edition there were two poems, the Ancient Mariner and Tintern Abbey. These two poems are really very famous. In the second edition of Lyrical Ballad, which came in the year 1800, Wordsworth added the preface to the poem. Is it all right? इतना समझ में आया? इसके अलावा आपको याद रखना है कि वर्ड्सवर्थ का जो द प्रील्यूड है, द प्रील्यूड इज कंसिडर्ड एज एन ऑटोबायोग्राफिकल वर्क. एंड ऑटोबायोग्राफिकल वर्क क्यों है? क्योंकि इसमें वर्ड्सवर्थ के जीवन से रिलेटेड, उनके एक्सपीरियंसेस से रिलेटेड, उनकी राइटिंग से रिलेटेड बहुत सारे नोशंस की जिक्र की गई है. वर्ड्सवर्थ ने लिखा है खुद के बारे में, एंड इस पर्टिकुलर राइटिंग का जो इनिशियल टाइटल था, इट वाज द पोएम टू कॉलरिज. I hope you got it. Is it clear? Now we are going to know another important works of William Wordsworth. So he wrote number of famous poems, including the Lucy poems. Lucy poem is very important, and Lucy poem is actually collection of 5 poems. And you should remember these 5 titles. These 5 titles are really significant. Strange fits of passion have I known, She dwelt among the untrodden wage. I travelled among unknown men. 3 years she grew in sun and shower, and a slumber did my spirit still. These 5 poems are important in the context of Lucy poems. Alright. Then as I told you, the prelude, which is very important work, and he also has written shorter works like Line Written Above Tintern Abbey. In 1807, Wordsworth published poems in 2 volumes and including Ode Intimation of Immortality from Recollections of Early Childhood. This is very important work, and this work was asked in previous year examinations. You should also remember that the prelude is also called Growth of Poet's Mind. Okay, initially it was entitled as a poem to Coleridge, but it is also conferred as, it is also regarded as growth of poet's mind, and this particular phrase is really important. आपके एग्जाम में अगर पूछा जाएगा कि द प्रिल्यूड को और क्या कहते हैं, आपका आंसर होना चाहिए ग्रोथ ऑफ पोएट्स माइंड. ओके, ब्राउनिंग एंड हजलिट, Browning, Robert Browning and William Hazlitt, important writers of Victorian period, called Wordsworth as a lost leader. और यहाँ से क्वेश्चन एग्जाम में आया हुआ है कि किस राइटर को लॉस्ट लीडर के नाम से जानते हैं. Which of the following writer is a lost leader? Your answer should be William Wordsworth. Wordsworth is called the giant of English poetry, and this is the statement by J.C. Ransom. You should remember important works which we have discussed. Lyrical Ballads, the first edition, Lyrical Ballads, and it is a collaborative work. Okay, you should remember that it is a collaborative work by Coleridge and Wordsworth. He has also written Line composed a few miles above, which is commonly known as Tintern's Abbey. Tintern's Abbey से कई बार लाइन्स पूछे गए हैं, तो आप एक बार पोएम को देख लीजिएगा, जो इम्पॉर्टेंट लाइन्स पूछे गए हैं वो आप याद रखिएगा. ठीक है, Tintern's Abbey is very famous poem written by William Wordsworth. Then you should remember next poem, the next edition of Lyrical Ballad, which came in the year 1800, where Wordsworth added a preface to the poetry, ठीक है, where he talks about the characteristics of important poetry. Then you should remember Lucy poems and all those 5 poems under the particular title Lucy poems. You should remember The World is Too Much With Us is important sonnet by Wordsworth, and sonnet के बारे में अगर कहा जा रहा है तो ये particular sonnet भी पूछा गया है, The World is Too Much With Us. याद रखिएगा ये sonnet का type है, ठीक है. Wordsworth के द्वारा ये sonnet लिखा गया है. अगर पूछा जाएगा which of the following is a sonnet by Wordsworth, सारे पोएट्री लिखे गए हैं, लेकिन सोनेट इज अ टाइप ऑफ पोएट्री. The World is Too Much With Us is a sonnet. Okay, then you should remember very important poem, and you must have studied, I know most of you have studied this poem, I wandered lonely as a cloud, which is known as Daffodils. I wandered lonely as a cloud, this is the line you can find in the poem Daffodils. Okay, then you should remember Ode Intimation of Immortality, The Solitary Reaper. The Solitary Reaper, which was published into 2 volumes in the year 1804. Then London, very important poem by William Wordsworth. And To the Cuckoo, The Excursion, The Prelude. The Prelude was written in the year 1850 into 14 books, and the Prelude was autobiographical in nature. In the work The Prelude, you can find this line, bliss was in it, dead down to be alive, but to be young was very heaven. Wordsworth coined the famous phrase spots of time in the work The Prelude. The Prelude का जो दूसरा नाम है, another title which is Growth of Minds. He has also written The Borderers and descriptive sketches. The Borderers is considered as only play by Wordsworth. This is also important. अगर play पूछा जाएगा Wordsworth के context में तो याद रखिएगा The Borderers. Okay? He has also written descriptive sketches. Then my heart leaps up when I behold, Repentance, a pastoral ballad, Ode to Duty, To a Skylark, The Recluse, The Leech Gatherer, Resolution and Independence, and The Table Turned. These are some important, not To a Skylark, sorry. Okay. My heart leaps up when I behold, Repentance, Ode to Duty, The Recluse, The Leech Gatherer, and The Table Turned. These are some important writings, works of William Wordsworth. So, are you clear? Are you clear, you all? आपको याद रहेंगे सारे वर्क्स? All clear? You will remember important works of William Wordsworth. All right, okay. Let's know important quotations, important line from important works of William Wordsworth. You should remember these quotes that nature never did betray. This is an important quote taken from the work Lyrical Ballads. Then you should remember rest and be thankful. This is also very important line from the work Lyrical Ballads. Come grow old with me, the best is yet to be, and bliss it was in that dawn to be alive. These are some important lines, these are some important quotations taken from Lyrical Ballads. Then you should remember important lines written by William Wordsworth in his different writings, like the child is the father of man, and I could wish my days to be bound each to each by natural pity. The child is the father of man. This is very famous line you can find in the poem. My heart lifts up when I behold. And directly यहाँ से question frame हो सकता है कि in which of the following poem you can find the line child is the father of man. And तब आपका आंसर होना चाहिए विलियम वॉर्ड्सवर्थ के राइटिंग My heart leaps up when I behold. In this particular work you can find the line. Then you should remember the poet binds together by passion and knowledge. ये जो लाइन है ये preface to poem में आप देख सकते हैं. Then flower that smells the sweetest is shy and lovely. This is also important line. Poetry is the breath and finer spirit of all knowledge. This is very famous line, very popular line stated by William Wordsworth. He said about poetry that poetry is the breath and the finer spirit of all language. All you can say all knowledge. It is impassioned expression which is the countenance of all science. So these are some important lines. I hope you will remember this. I hope Wordsworth is clear to you all. अगर Wordsworth से question आएगा तो बन जाएगा आप लोगों से. Any question? See, you should remember important writings, major poems of Wordsworth. Then you should remember important subtitles of those important works. You should remember important quotations and what other writers have told about Wordsworth. Is it fine? Okay. So we are going to understand next important romantic author, Samuel Taylor Coleridge. Samuel Taylor Coleridge is another very important writer, very important you can say romantic poet who was born in the year 1772 and died in the year 1834. Make sure you are also remembering the time length of these important writers. Wordsworth का time length and Taylor Coleridge का time length important है. He along with Wordsworth published the first edition of lyrical ballad, as I already told you. His important poems are The Rime of the Ancient Mariner, Kubla Khan, and as well as he has written very important critical work entitled as Biographia Literaria. So please remember The Rime of the Ancient Mariner, Kubla Khan and Biographia Literaria. Biographia Literaria में Samuel Taylor Coleridge ने कई important facts दिए हैं, जैसे willing suspension of disbelief, fancy and imagination. He also has talked about primary imagination and secondary imagination. ठीक है, तो Biographia Literaria, Kubla Khan and The Rime of the Ancient Mariner, ये तीनों बहुत ही famous works हैं Coleridge के. Coleridge is also referred as high priest of romanticism. Coleridge said that he had a smack of Hamlet in himself. Coleridge coined the term willing suspension of disbelief. Okay, his popular poem is entitled as Frost at Midnight, very important, and this particular line, this particular poem was asked previously who is the writer of the work Frost at Midnight. So you must remember important poems of Coleridge which are lyrical ballads which came in the year 1798. Then you should remember Christabel. Christabel is another important work which came in the year 1816, and Christabel is considered as a long narrative poem which came into two parts. Alright, Kubla Khan, A Vision. You should remember the complete title of this work, Kubla Khan, A Vision, which came in the year 1816. Kubla Khan, A Vision in Dream. This is the another title, this is the subtitle of the poem Kubla Khan, A Vision in the Dream. It is a poem by Coleridge written in the year 1797 but published in the year 1816, and it is subtitled as Fragment. Very important student, Kubla Khan का जो दूसरा टाइटल है वो है A Vision in Dream and it is subtitled as Fragment. Okay. Fragment is the subtitle of the work Kubla Khan, A Vision. Is it all right? Are you getting it? EG? समझ में आ रहा है ना? Do you want to ask any question? Do you want to ask any question? Okay, then you should remember Christabel came in the year 1816, Kubla Khan, A Vision in Dream, and next important writings of Coleridge are The Pains of Sleep. Biographia Literaria is very important, which came in the year 1817, and he has given many terms like willing suspension of disbelief, then you should remember primary imagination and secondary imagination. ठीक है. Willing suspension of disbelief, primary imagination and secondary imagination, fancy. These are some important terms coined by Coleridge in the term Biographia Literaria. Biographia Literaria was published in the year 1817 and it is considered as autobiographical work in discourse by Samuel Taylor Coleridge. It was published into 2 volumes written in the year 1817 and it contains 23 chapters. In the chapter 14 he has given the concept of willing suspension of disbelief. Another important works written by Coleridge are Confession of an Inquiring Spirit. All important facts related to Biographia Literaria you should remember. It might be asked in your upcoming exam. Got it? Then you should remember other important writings like 7 lectures upon Shakespeare and Milton, Frost at Midnight, conversation poems, and another important poem of Coleridge is Dissection and Ode. Dissection and Ode is another important work written by Coleridge. The Rime of the Ancient Mariner is the most popular poem by Coleridge, where you can find lines like water, water everywhere and all the boats did shrink. Water, water everywhere, nor a drop to drink. एंड ये जो लाइन है ये 10 बार से ज़्यादा आ चुका है CUET PG इंग्लिश एग्जाम में. ये लाइन आपको मिलता है द राइम ऑफ द एंशिएंट मार्नर में. आई होप मोस्ट ऑफ यू हैव गोन थ्रू दिस पोएम. दिस इज़ वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग पोएम. यू शुड रीड इट. You can also find another line, alone, alone, all alone, alone on a wide, wide sea. This is another important line you can find in the poem, The Rime of the Ancient Mariner. So, student, these are some important poems written by Coleridge. समझ में आ गया? Is Coleridge clear to you all? Do you have any question? If you have any question regarding Wordsworth and Coleridge, please let me know. right, okay. Ma'am, A Vision in Dream isn't subtitle of Kubla Khan. It is the another title of Kubla Khan. Okay, this can also be asked to you. Next important writing you should remember are Charles Lamb. Okay, Charles Lamb. Next important writer of Romantic age is Charles Lamb, who was born in the year 1775 and died in the year 1834. He was an English writer and essayist, best known for his Essays of Elia and for the children book entitled as Tales from Shakespeare, which he produced with his sister Mary Lambs. Okay, Tales from Shakespeare, it is an important poem by Charles Lamb. His tragedy John Woodville was published in the year 1802. His collected essays were published in 1823 under the title Essays of Elia. Essays of Elia से बहुत सारे क्वेश्चंस एग्जाम में पूछे गए हैं. चार्ल्स लैम्ब का ये बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट वर्क है Essays of Elia. ठीक है, लैम्ब used the pen name Elia as a contributor to London magazine. You should also remember Essays of Elia was criticized by Robert Southey in quarterly review entitled The Progress of Infidelity. The Progress of Infidelity, it is an important poem by Charles Lamb. You should also remember he had written another important work like the South Sea. But in the context of Charles Lamb, you should remember Essays of Elia, very important work, and Tales from Shakespeare. Tales from Shakespeare and Essays of Elia, ये दोनों वर्क आपके एग्जाम में पूछे गए हैं. ठीक है. He has also written Mrs. Bottle's Opinion on Whist, Confession of a Drunkard, Dream Children, a Reverie, and A Tale of Rosamund Grey. Then you have next important writer of Romantic age is Leigh Hunt. Leigh Hunt, who is an important essayist, and he published a poetical works that contains his two works, The Story of Rimini and The Descent of Liberty. These are two important works by Leigh Hunt. I hope you will remember it. Leigh Hunt में important writers थे John Keats, William Hazlitt, P.B. Shelley, Charles Lamb, and John Hamilton. You should also remember important writers, some important poems like Jenny Kissed Me, About Ben Antrim, A Night Rain in Summer. These are minor works by Leigh Hunt. Next important writer of Romantic age is Thomas D. Quincy. Okay, Thomas D. Quincy is next important poet, writer, and De Quincey was an English essayist best known for his Confessions of an English Opium Eater, written in the year 1821. De Quincey's Confession of English Opium Eater and Lamb's Essays of Elia both appeared together in London magazine. Thomas D. Quincy का सबसे important work है, सबसे remarkable poem है Confession of an English Opium Eater, written in the year 1821. ठीक है, ये पर्टिकुलर वर्क, ये पर्टिकुलर टाइटल एग्जाम में बहुत बार पूछा गया है, कन्फेशन ऑफ एन इंग्लिश ऑफिम ईटर. You should also remember another important works of Thomas D. Quincy, which are Joan of Arc, The Confession of an English Opium Eater. Then you should remember Dream Fuse, Colostrum or The Mask, and Autobiographical Sketches. All right. Next important writer for you is P.B. Shelley. P.B. Shelley is very popular writer, very famous romantic writer, whose lifespan is from 1792 to 1822. He was the finest lyric and epic poet in the English language, and he is best known for his classic poems. You should remember his Ozymandias. Ozymandias is very important poem by P.B. Shelley. फास्ट तो नहीं हो रहा है ना, समझ आए थॉमस डी क्विंसी का वर्ड, पीबी शेली के अलावा ले हंट. डिड यू गेट इट? एंड चार्ल्स लैम्ब. इज इट क्लियर? P.B. Shelley, who is the finest lyric and epic poet in English language, and he is best known for his classic poems like Ozymandias, The Triumph of Life, Ode to the West Wind, Prometheus Unbound, written in the year 1820. Then you should remember To a Skylark, Aeneas. Aeneas is very important poem by P.B. Shelley. You should also remember The Revolt of Islam. The Revolt of Islam is another very important poem, very popular poem written by P.B. Shelley. Ozymandias, The Triumph of Life, Ode to the West Wind, Prometheus Unbound, To a Skylark, Aeneas and The Revolt of Islam. These are some important poems written by P.B. Shelley. You should also remember that Shelley dedicated The Revolt of Islam to Mary Shelley. And he has also written the poem like Alastor. Alastor से question exam में पूछा गया है, ठीक है? He has also written a play entitled as The Cenci. The Cenci is very popular play written by P.B. Shelley and it is a verse drama. He has also written The Mask of Anarchy and The Cloud Queen Map. This is a long visionary poem by P.B. Shelley. In the context of Shelley, you should remember Ozymandias, The Triumph of Life, Ode to the West Wind, Prometheus Unbound. Prometheus Unbound is very important poem. Then you should remember Aeneas, To a Skylark, The Revolt of Islam, and Alastor, The Cloud Queen Map, The Mask of Anarchy, and The Cenci, which is a verse drama. I hope you got it. Is it clear? Is it clear to you all? ठीक है? Okay. Great. Okay, Shelley's The Cenci is dedicated to Leigh Hunt, as I told you. P.B. Shelley का जो सबसे famous line है वो है Our sweetest songs are those that tells the saddest thought. Alright, our sweetest songs are those that tell the saddest thought. This is the famous line written by P.B. Shelley. Next important writer is Mary Shelley. Mary Shelley, who is prominently known for Frankenstein. Frankenstein is very important work, and Frankenstein is considered as a Gothic novel. It is a popular Gothic novel by Mary Shelley. It was dedicated to William Godwin. This is very famous, you can say. This is very important fact, you can say. Mary Shelley, who was born in the year 1797 and died in the year 1851. Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley was an English novelist, short story writer, dramatist, essayist, biographer and travel writer. And she is primarily known for her work Frankenstein. Frankenstein is considered as the modern Prometheus, and it is an example of important Gothic novel. Frankenstein is considered as the modern Prometheus. P.B. Shelley has written Prometheus Unbound. Frankenstein is considered as the modern Prometheus, and it is very important. You should remember that Frankenstein is regarded as the modern Prometheus. Matthew Lewis called Mary as the first poetess of romantic fiction. You should remember next important writer is Lord Byron. Lord Byron, who was born in the year 1788 and died in the year 1824. Byron had written very important quotation, and this particular line was asked every time. You should remember that I awoke one morning and found myself famous. This is very important line written by Lord Byron, and his important writings, his major works, his major poems are Don Juan, Childe Harold Pilgrimage. Then you should remember the short lyric She Walks in Beauty. Okay, Don Juan, Childe Harold Pilgrimage and short lyric She Walks in Beauty. He joined the Greek War of Independence, for which he reversed as national hero. And Byron had written this particular line that I awoke one morning and found myself famous. This is very important line, and this line was asked initially in the previous year examinations. Lord Byron, Leigh Hunt and P.B. Shelley, these writers had published a political journal entitled as The Liberal. The Liberal is very important journal you can find in the context of Lord Byron. Okay, She Walks in Beauty, this is very important work. लॉर्ड बायरन के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में याद रखिएगा डॉन जुआन, चाइल्ड हरोल्ड पिलग्रिमेज एंड शी वॉक्स इन ब्यूटी. इज इट फाइन? सबको समझ में आ रहा है? इज इट क्लियर? सबको समझ में आया? Okay, so next important author of Romantic Age is Anne Radcliffe. Anne Radcliffe is very important writer, and she is okay. I hope you got it. Okay, so Anne Radcliffe, who is another very important writer, and she is also known for writing Gothic novel. Okay, she married William Radcliffe, a journalist who encouraged her literary pursuit, and her first work is The Castle of Atheling and Dunban, written in the year 1789. She has also written a Sicilian romance, which was published in the year 1790. She achieved her fame through her third novel, The Romance of the Forest, a tale of the 17th century France. Her last work is The Italian, but you should remember Anne Radcliffe in the context of Gothic novel. Gothic novel became very famous in Romantic age. Do you know what is Gothic novel? What do you understand by this particular term? What is Gothic novel? Yes, student, what do you understand by this term? What is Gothic novel? What is Gothic novel? Yes, horror, then? Horror setting, terror, you can say horrific setting was there, supernatural elements were there. These are important elements you can find in Gothic novel and Gothic writing. So important works of Anne Radcliffe you should remember: The Mysteries of Udolpho, The Italian, The Romance of the Forest, A Sicilian Romance, The Castle of Atheling and Dunban, and important works. You have next important author Sir Walter Scott, who is very famous for writing historical novels, and Walter Scott's major works are Old Mortality, The Lady of the Lake, Waverley, very important, The Heart of the Midlothian, and The Bride of Lamour. ठीक है, this is one of the major works written by Walter Scott. He has also written The Lay of the Last Minstrel, Minstrel of the Scottish Border, Kenilworth. Then you should remember History of Scotland. These are some important writings by Walter Scott. Next important writer is Robert Southey. Robert Southey was an English poet of the Romantic school, and he is one among the three lake poets. You should remember lake poets. Lake poets से एग्जाम में क्वेश्चन बहुत बार पूछा गया है. Lake poets से जब भी क्वेश्चन एग्जाम में आएगा तो रॉबर्ट साउदी का नाम याद रखिएगा along with two important poets. Do you know who are considered as lake poets in English literature? Who are considered as lake poets in English literature? Do you know? Who are considered as lake poets? Wordsworth, yes. Then Wordsworth, Coleridge, and Wordsworth, Coleridge, Southey. Good. Wordsworth, Coleridge and Southey, these are considered as lake poet क्योंकि वो lake district में रहते थे. That is why they are considered as lake poets. Robert Southey was an English poet of the Romantic school, and he was poet laureate of England and succeeded by William Wordsworth. His biographies include the life and works of John Bunyan, John Wesley, William Cowper, Oliver Cromwell, and Horatio Nelson. He was also renowned scholar of Portuguese and Spanish literature. His most enduring contribution to literary history is the children's classic, The Story of Three Bears. Okay. About Charlotte Brontë, he said that literature can't be the business of women's life. And William Hazlitt was most savage critic of Southey. William Hazlitt criticized Southey for so many times. He is also famous. Southey was also famous for writing children's work. You should remember his important major works, which are Joan of Arc, an epic poem. Then you should remember the life of Nelson. Then you should remember Madoc and A Vision of Judgment. These are some important writings written by Robert Southey, and he is one of the lake poets. Next important writer for you is William Blake. William Blake, he is considered as a pre-romantic. Okay, he is the propounder of this particular notion, and the 19th century scholar William Rossetti characterized him glorious luminary. Glorious luminary, this phrase is used in the context of William Blake, who was born in the year 1757 and died in the year 1827. His significant poem is The Four Joas. The Four Joas is very significant work, very significant poem written by William Blake. His most important poems are Songs of Innocence and Songs of Experience. Songs of Innocence he has written in the year 1789, and Songs of Experience he has written in the year 1794. You should remember two important poems of William Blake, Songs of Innocence and Songs of Experience. His most known work in creative art is the illustrations of the Book of Job, and he has written a symbolic poem entitled as Jerusalem. But for your exam, from the perspective of your exam, you should remember Songs of Innocence and Songs of Experiences. These two poems are really important in the context of William Blake. He has also written poetical sketches. He has also written Europe, a Prophecy, America, a Prophecy. These two poems are important. Then Songs of Innocence and Songs of Experiences. I hope you got it. Then you should remember his another important poems which were asked in previous year exams, which are Jerusalem, The Chimney Sweeper. The Chimney Sweeper is very wonderful poem by William Blake, and you all are very familiar with this title, The Tiger, where you can find the line, Tiger, tiger, burning bright in the forest of the light. Okay, Tiger, The Chimney Sweeper, Jerusalem, these are some important titles, important poems written by William Blake. Got it? याद रहेगा? Is it clear? Is it clear, student? The Tiger. Okay? Great. विलियम ब्लेक के कुछ इंपॉर्टेंट लाइन्स हैं, इंपॉर्टेंट कोटेशंस हैं, उनके याद रखिएगा. ही हैज़ रिटेन थिंक इन द मॉर्निंग, एक्ट इन द नून, eat in the evening and sleep in the night. This is very important quotation written by William Blake. Great things are done when men and mountains meet. This is another important line by William Blake. You never know what is enough unless you know what is more than enough. Okay, you never know what is enough unless you know what is more than enough. This is another important quotation you can find written by William Blake. Then you should remember William Hazlitt, another important writer of Romantic age, and his most important critical work, which is written for Wordsworth, is The Excursion. The Excursion is very important work written by William Hazlitt, and he is known for writing humanistic essays. ठीक है? He was also a great literary critic, and his characters of Shakespeare's play is a collection of critical essays on the drama of Shakespeare. He also wrote against P.B. Shelley in 1818, titled Lectures on the English Poets. Hazlitt to Coleridge, you should remember, the only person I ever know who answered to the idea of a man of genius. This is very important line written by Hazlitt to Coleridge. Important writings of William Hazlitt are the English comic writers, Table Talk or Original Essays on Man and Manners. Then you should remember the Spirit of the Age or Contemporary Portraits, the Annals of the Parish and the Plain Speaker. ठीक है, ये सारे important works हैं, major works हैं विलियम हजलिट के. Now you have very significant author. समझ में आ रहा है बच्चे? याद रहेगा आप लोगों को? Are you getting it? Next important writer हैं जेन ऑस्टेन. ठीक है, Jane Austen is very important novelist of romantic period. She was born in the year 1775 and died in the year 1817. She was an English novelist born in Stevenson, Hampshire, and her novel gives us a view of middle class family in provincial town. Although she lived in the romantic age, but she rejected the romantic cult and was indifferent to romantic literature. The novels which are very famous and published anonymously without her name, you should remember these novels are Sense and Sensibility. Sense and Sensibility was appeared under the name, under the pseudonym A Lady. Sense and Sensibility was written in the year 1811 and it is a work of romantic fiction better known as a comedy of manners. सेंस एंड सेंसिबिलिटी के अलावा जो इम्पॉर्टेंट वर्क्स है वो है प्राइड एंड प्रेजुडिस. द ओरिजिनल टाइटल ऑफ द वर्क प्राइड एंड प्रेजुडिस इज फर्स्ट इम्प्रेशन एंड इट इज ऑफ satirical writing of Jane Austen. Jane Austen is very famous for portraying middle class sentiments in literature. She has also written Mansfield Park, Emma, Northanger Abbey. These are some important novels of Jane Austen and ये सारे novels कभी ना कभी एग्जाम में पूछे गए हैं. तो याद रखिएगा Sense and Sensibility, Pride and Prejudice, Mansfield Park, Emma and Northanger Abbey along with Persuasion. These are some important novels of Jane Austen. Is she clear? कोई question? Now you should remember important writings, major writings of John Keats. John Keats, one of the most influential romantic poet and whose lifespan is too short, and in the short lifespan he had written very important works. John Keats was born in the year 1795 and died in the year 1821. He was an English romantic poet and he is regarded as the romantic poet of second generation along with P.B. Shelley and Lord Byron. He was born in Moorgate, London. He was a medical student. He wrote his first poem entitled as An Imitation of Spenser in the year 1814. He was inspired by Leigh Hunt and Lord Byron and the Three Young Poets. The Three Young Poets is a collaborative work of Shelley, Keats and Keats published by Hunt. ठीक है? On first looking at Chapman's Homer is a sonnet by Keats and in his tombstone you can remember, here lies one whose name was writ in the water. पीयूष रोमांटिक एज के बाद थोड़ा सा ब्रेक दे देंगे, ठीक है? Shelley memorized Keats in his poem Adonis. As you know, Adonis से question पूछा गया है. Adonis, which is an important work and it is written on the death of John Keats by P.B. Shelley. So you should remember it. Matthew Arnold told about Keats that Keats is enchantingly and evidently sensuous. He is more sensuous than other because he satisfies not one or two but all the five senses. Major works of John Keats are Ode of Keats. You should remember John Keats is very famous for writing important odes. He has written Ode to Melancholy, Ode to Nightingale, Ode to Psyche and Ode on a Grayson Urn. ठीक है? These are some important odes written by John Keats. Ode on a Grayson Urn में एक बहुत ही सुंदर लाइन है, बहुत ही पॉपुलर लाइन है और ये लाइन एग्जाम में बहुत बार पूछा गया है, तो याद रखिएगा, ब्यूटी इज ट्रुथ, ट्रुथ ब्यूटी, दैट इज ये नो ऑन अर्थ एंड ऑल ये नीड टू नो. This is very famous line, this is very significant line you can find in the poem Ode on a Grayson Urn. You should also remember Ode to Autumn. Major works of John Keats you should remember Ode to Melancholy, Ode to Nightingale, Ode to Psyche, Ode on a Grayson Urn and Ode to Autumn. These are some important odes written by John Keats. He has also written Ode to Indolence. Other major works are O Solitude and Endymion. Endymion, which was written in the year 1818, and in the work, in the poem Endymion, you can find the line, a thing of beauty is joy forever. In the work Ode on a Grayson Urn, you can find beauty is truth, truth beauty, and in the work Endymion, you can find a thing of beauty is joy forever. Is it all right? Next important works of John Keats are The Ape of St. Agnes. He has written a ballad entitled as La Bella Dame sans Mercy. Okay, these are some important works. Ode to Keats, Ode to Melancholy, Ode to a Nightingale, Ode to Psyche, Ode on a Grayson Urn, Ode to Autumn, O Solitude, Endymion, The Ape of St. Agnes and La Belle Dame sans Mercy. He has also written Lamia, Isabella, then on first looking into Chapman's Homer, Hyperion and other poems, Bright Star would I were steadfast as thou art. These are some important poems by John Keats. He introduced negative capability in English literature, and this term was asked in your examination कि निगेटिव कैपेबिलिटी किसने इंट्रोड्यूस किया है. नाम याद होना चाहिए आपको, जॉन कीट्स का. ही हैज ऑल्सो गिवन द टर्म इगोइस्टिकल सबलाइम. इगोइस्टिकल सबलाइम इज नेक्स्ट इंपॉर्टेंट वर्क बाय जॉन कीट्स. ठीक है, egoistical sublime. Then you have next important writer Thomas Love Peacock, and Thomas Love Peacock is very famous for writing the four ages of poetry. The four ages of poetry, the four ages of poetry is very famous by Thomas Love Peacock. ठीक है? Is it okay? The four ages of poetry is very important. So ये था आपका romantic age. Now we are going to understand Victorian period. Romantic age के सारे writers समझ में आ गए? Is romantic age clear to you all? Romantic age clear है? Is it okay? Is it all right? Okay. So I am giving you 5 minutes break. After the break of 5 minutes, we will join. ठीक है? Okay, romantic is clear hai. So you know, in this literary period we have discussed important romantic poets like William Wordsworth, Samuel Taylor Coleridge, John Keats. We have discussed P.B. Shelley, we have discussed Jane Austen, we have discussed important writers like William Blake, in Radcliffe, Mary Shelley. These are some important literary authors of the particular age. I hope you got it. Is it clear? Can you hear me? Are you there? Okay, so now we are going to understand Victorian period, one of the most important literary period of English literature. विक्टोरियन पीरियड बहुत ही इम्पॉर्टेंट लिटरेरी पीरियड है एंड आपके एग्जाम में बहुत बार क्वेश्चन विक्टोरियन पीरियड से पूछा जाता है. विक्टोरियन एज का जो लाइफ स्पैन, जो सॉरी नॉट लाइफ स्पैन, जो टाइम पीरियड है, इट इज़ फ्रॉम 1837 टू 1901. ओके, 1837 to 1901 is the time period of Victorian age. The Victorian age was the next golden period of Britain after the Elizabethan age. Queen Victoria came to the throne in the year 1837 and her reign continues till 1901. The way we have studied Elizabethan age, you all know Elizabethan period is regarded as the golden period of English literature. Similarly, Victorian age is regarded as the second golden period of English literature. Alright, it is regarded as the second golden period . Okay, Victorian age is regarded as the second golden period of English literature, and in the whole period novels became the dominant literary form of literature. ठीक है, novel which is very important literary form of literature, which is a dominant literary form. Novels became very famous in English literature. Victorian age का जो time period है, it is from 1837 to 1901, and in this particular period science and technologies were making great progress. Writers opened our eyes to the real world around them. Trains running across the country, industries growing like never before. These are some important writings in this age. There was the conflicts between faith and established faith and advanced technologies. So importantly you should remember 1837 से 1901 ये जो है आपका time period 1837 to 1901. All right. Somewhere it is written 1850. You can also take it, but most importantly you should remember 1837 to 1901, and major change, the major impact of industrialization you can see in the whole time period, and the rise of middle classes were there. The sentiments of middle class became an important theme of the literature. You can find the experiences, the perspectives, the expressions of middle class society. Science, there was the contrast between science versus religion. Okay, new discoveries questioned old beliefs. All right. There was contrast between science and religion. Okay, new discoveries questioned old beliefs. There was intellectual developments. There was revolution in scientific thoughts after Charles Darwin's on the origin of species, which was published in the year 1859. And on the origin of species से बहुत बार questions exam में पूछे गए हैं. ठीक है, give me 2 minutes. Hello, I hope are you there? I am sorry, I am not feeling very well today. Um, so I hope you can hear me. I hope you can hear me. ठीक है. अरे, I am really sorry यार. There are some issues and I am also not feeling very well today. So let's see कब तक continue होता है ये marathon class. So okay, we have started Victorian Age. ठीक है. Victorian Age का जो time period है आप याद रखिएगा 1837 से 1901 के बीच का है. You can find industrialization as an important factor, and there was the rise of middle class sentiments. Middle class morality became very important theme. Middle class morality, middle class sentiments became very important factor in Victorian period. There was also contrast between science versus religions, and the British power at this particular time, the British Empire, Britishers were at their peak. They were considered themselves, they all considered themselves as the most important imperial power throughout the world, and that is why two important events occurred in the Victorian age, like the Great Exhibition, where Britishers shown their power. ठीक है, Britishers shown their power, that how they are so powerful, how they are considered as the most imperial powerful country across the world. The writings of Victorian age focused on the themes like family and morality. All right, you should also remember important literary characteristics like writers focused on realism. Important literary genre which were written in this particular age. मैम गेट का कट ऑफ कितना जाएगा इंग्लिश का? ये गेट की क्लास नहीं है बेटा, और गेट के बारे में देखा नहीं है मैंने. CUET में इंग्लिश का पूछिएगा 12th को एग्जाम के बाद कि कट ऑफ कितना जाएगा. ठीक है, आई होप यू गॉट माई पॉइंट. सो येस, इन विक्टोरियन पीरियड important novels focused on the theme of realism. You can find social problem novels written in the Victorian age, and important novelists you can find like Charles Dickens, Elizabeth Gaskell, that talked about the social condition of England. You should also remember that morality matters. Writers like Alfred Lord Tennyson and Robert Browning, along with Thomas Carlyle, Matthew Arnold, Hopkins and Hardy, these are some important authors of Victorian age. There was also clash between right versus wrong, between pre-established belief and new discoveries, and as I already told you, there were sensational novels, and those sensational novels focused on the themes like mystery, secrets and shocking twist. There was the rise of print culture, newspaper, magazine, books. These became very famous in this age. And Darwin's origin, on the origin of species. This book is very remarkable, very significant. From here question was asked in your examination. On the origin of species became very important contribution of Charles Darwin in the age. And this age is considered as the second golden period of English literature. In this particular age, novel became the most popular form of literature. Novel became the most important dominant of literary writing, dominant form of literary writing. I hope you got it. Are these characteristics clear to you? Are you clear about all these characteristics? Should I proceed? You should remember important year of the Great Exhibition. It was held in the year 1851. The Great Exhibition held in the year 1851, and in the year 1859, Charles Darwin published his book The Origin of the Species, in which he laid the theory of evolution. Okay, theory of evolution बहुत ज़रूरी है, and theory of evolution से कई questions exam में आते हैं. तो आप याद रखिएगा. Okay, let's know important writer of this age. In this particular age, let's know the characteristics. So Queen Victoria ascended to the throne in the year 1837, and this particular period ends in the year 1901. The major aspect of this period you can see is the large scale expansion of British imperial power. The drive for social advancement frequently appears in literature, and the Reform Bill of 1832. It gave the middle class the political power to consolidate and hold the economic position. The age is also characterized by the triumph of middle class, and it is very important. It is also known for the rise of the sentiments or morals of middle class. Alright, Charles Darwin's On the Origin of Species is very important. There is a term Victorian compromise. You should remember, Victorian compromise is the word coined by G.K. Chesterton. Victorian compromise. Alright, you should also remember this age is the long period, so it is divided into three parts: early Victorian period, middle Victorian period, and the late Victorian period. In this particular period, important writers, important novelists you can find like Charles Dickens, William Makepeace Thackeray, and the Brontë sister, three Brontë sister, Emily Brontë, Anne Brontë, and Charlotte Brontë, Emily Brontë, and Anne Brontë. Then you can find Elizabeth Gaskell, George Eliot, Thomas Hardy, and Rudyard Kipling. These are some important writers, important novelists of Victorian age. So let's know important notion, important movement. Art for art's sake, that is aesthetic movement, which we will be doing in the upcoming age, which is modern age. Art for art's sake got currency in this particular period, and the Pre-Raphaelite movement, very important. यहाँ से एग्जाम में क्वेश्चन आते हैं. The Pre-Raphaelites were the advocates of the theory of art for art's sake. Pre-Raphaelite movement emphasized connection between poetry, painting, and plastic art. Victorian compromise is the word coined by G.K. Chesterton, and this is very important. I hope you got it. Is it clear? The first important writer of this age is Thomas Carlyle. Did you get it? Do you want to ask any question? Are characteristics of Victorian age clear to you all, or do you have any question? Do you want to ask any question? बताइए. Okay, so do let me know how many authors we have discussed in Romantic age. Who are important authors about whom we have discussed in Romantic age? I am waiting for your answer. बताइए. Who are important writers? Okay, so William Wordsworth, yes. Samuel Taylor Coleridge, Lord Byron, Hazlitt, William Blake, Shelley, Samuel Taylor Coleridge, Robert Southey, Walter Scott, P.B. Shelley, William Blake, and N. Radcliffe. These are some important writers about whom we have studied in romantic age. ठीक है? Okay, so Thomas Carlyle is the first important writer in Victorian age. Thomas Carlyle is very famous in the context of Victorian literature. He is an important Scottish writer and essayist, and he wrote a novel entitled as Sartor Resartus, Teller Retellered. Okay, this is very important work. This is very significant work written by Thomas Carlyle, and it is considered as one of the finest works of the century. ठीक है? Thomas Carlyle is very important essayist of Victorian age, and his famous work is Sartor Resartus, Teller Retellered, and it is considered one of the finest works of 19th century. His Frederick the Great is a biography of the Great of Russia. Charles Dickens and Elizabeth Gaskell were influenced by the writing of the Thomas Carlyle. Charles Dickens and Elizabeth Gaskell both were greatly influenced by the writings of Thomas Carlyle. You should remember major works like Sartor Resartus, Signs of Time, the French Revolution. This work was asked in your examination. The French Revolution is very important work written by Thomas Carlyle. He has also written very popular essay, and I hope most of you have read this essay entitled as On Heroes, Hero Worship and the Heroic in History. This is very popular essay written by Thomas Carlyle, and this particular essay is actually the compilation of lectures given by Thomas Carlyle on heroes, hero worship and the heroic. This title you must remember in the context of Thomas Carlyle. He has also written Past and Present into 4 books. Then you should remember he has written the life of John Sterling, history of Frederick II, reminiscence of my Irish journey. These works are really significant. All right. You should also remember Latter Day Pamphlets, another important work of Thomas Carlyle. Next important writer of Victorian age is Elizabeth Barrett Browning. She was the wife of Robert Browning, and she was born in England. Her first major collection of poems entitled as The Seraphim and Other Poems. Kindly remember 3 important works of Elizabeth Barrett Browning. ठीक है? टॉमस कार्लाइल के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में वो ऐसे याद रखिएगा ऑन हीरोज एंड हीरो वर्शिप. I hope my voice is clear to you all. Why it's showing? Can you hear me? यार, is it clear? हाँ, not audible जा रहा है. देखिए बच्चे कह रहे हैं. So I hope is it clear now? अभी clear है sound? अभी समझ आ रहा है? Can you hear me clearly? हाँ, सही हो गया. Thank you. Okay, so I was talking about Elizabeth Barrett Browning. She was the wife of Robert Browning. Robert Browning, who is the representative poet of Victorian age. Elizabeth Barrett Browning was born in the year 1806 and died in the year 1861. Her first major collection of poems are entitled as The Seraphim and Other Poems. Her first collected edition appears under the title Poems in the year 1844. Elizabeth Barrett Browning is famously known for her most famous work entitled as Aurora Leigh, written in the year 1856. ठीक है, Aurora Leigh is very famous work, very famous writing of Elizabeth Barrett Browning, and Aurora Leigh से क्वेश्चन एग्जाम में पूछा गया है. Aurora Leigh को लिखा गया था 1856 में. It is considered to be women's version of Wordsworth's The Prelude. This reference is also important. Aurora Leigh is considered to be women's version of Wordsworth's The Prelude. You know, The Prelude is very important work. It is considered as an autobiographical work written by William Wordsworth. So you should remember important works of Elizabeth Barrett Browning, which are the Seraphim and Other Poems, Sonnets from Portuguese, written in the year 1850. Sonnets from the Portuguese is very famous work, very important work written by Elizabeth Barrett Browning, where you can find this line, "How do I love thee? Let me count the ways I love thee to the depth and breadth and height." This is very famous line in the literature, and this particular line is written by Elizabeth Barrett Browning in the sonnet, in the work entitled as Sonnets from the Portuguese. She has also written Aurora Leigh in the year 1856, and you should remember she has written Prometheus Bound. P.B. Shelley, who is very important poet, writer, who has written Prometheus Unbound. Elizabeth Barrett Browning has written Prometheus Bound. ठीक है, तो आप Shelley और Elizabeth Barrett Browning के वर्क्स में कंफ्यूज मत होइएगा. She has written Prometheus Bound. Is it okay? समझ में आया? Do you know who has written Prometheus Unbound? Who has written, who is the author of the work Prometheus Unbound? बताइए. Who is the author of the work Prometheus Unbound? Prometheus Unbound. Are you there? You know, P.B. Shelley is the writer of the work Prometheus Unbound. ठीक है? Okay. Now let's know one of the most important writer, the representative writer of Victorian age, Alfred Lord Tennyson. Lord Alfred Tennyson, who is the most important writer and novelist of Victorian age. Lord Alfred Tennyson's lifespan is important. He was born in the year 1801 and died in the year 1892. Lord Alfred Tennyson was born in Lincolnshire, England in the year 1809. Tennyson studied at Trinity College, Cambridge. There he developed intense friendship with Arthur Henry Hallam, and for whom he has written In Memoriam. In Memoriam जो अल्फ्रेड लॉर्ड टेनिसन का बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट वर्क है एंड एग्जाम में बहुत बार पूछा गया है, याद रखिएगा। आर्थर हेनरी हेलम के लिए अल्फ्रेड लॉर्ड टेनिसन ने लिखा है ये वर्क इन मेमोरियम। Tennyson and Hallam were part of literary group which was known as Apostles. He was the poet laureate of England from 1850 after the death of Wordsworth. And you should remember his first volume of poetry was entitled as Poems by Two Brothers, written in the year 1827. Poems by Two Brothers is very important work written by Alfred Lord Tennyson. According to T.S. Eliot, Alfred Lord Tennyson is considered as poet of metric and melancholia, or the saddest of all English poet. He has written The Defence of Lucknow, which is an important ballad by Tennyson, which is an account of the heroic resistance by the English soldiers in Indian Rebellion 1857. His major works are important and एग्ज़ाम में बहुत बार अल्फ्रेड लॉर्ड टेनिसन से क्वेश्चन रिपीटेडली पूछा गया है, तो आपके आने वाले एग्ज़ाम में भी आप एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हो कि अल्फ्रेड लॉर्ड टेनिसन से क्वेश्चन पूछा जाएगा। तो याद रखिएगा, अल्फ्रेड लॉर्ड टेनिसन ने लिखा है द प्रॉमिस ऑफ मे, बट यहाँ जो उनके सबसे इम्पॉर्टेंट वर्क्स हैं आपको याद रखने की ज़रूरत है। ही हैज़ रिटन पोएम्स चिफली लिरिकल in the year 1830. He has written The Princess a Medley, very important poem by Alfred Lord Tennyson, and in this particular work, The Princess a Medley, he has mentioned that the women is so hard upon women. This line is famous if it will be asked that in which of the following poem of Lord Tennyson you can find the line the women is so hard upon women. So your answer should be The Princess a Medley. The most significant work of Tennyson is In Memoriam, which he has written in the year 1850. In Memoriam, it is written on the death of his friend Arthur Henry Hallam. A.H. Hallam, who died in the year 1833 at the early age of 22, and this work was a tribute to him. यहाँ से भी क्वेश्चन पूछा जा सकता है कि इन मेमोरियम को, पहला क्वेश्चन आ सकता है इन विच ईयर इन मेमोरियम वॉज रिटन, सो योर आंसर शुड बी 1850. For whom in memoriam was written, so your answer should be Arthur Henry Hallam. A.H. Hallam के द्वारा in memoriam लिखा गया है and it is considered as one of the most important elegiac poem of English literature, and it was originally entitled as The Way of the Soul. Very important. The Way of the Soul was the original title of the poem in memoriam. ठीक है? You can find very famous line that it is better to have loved and lost than never to have loved at all. He has also written another important works like Maud and Other Poems, Ode on the Death of Duke of Wellington, Idylls of the King. Idylls of the King भी बहुत important है and Idylls of the King को 1864 में लिखा गया था. It contains a series of 12 connected poems. So far you should remember In Memoriam, poems chiefly lyrical, The Princess a Medley, then you should remember Maud and Other Poem, Idylls of the King, and then you should remember Queen Mary, a drama. This is the first play by Alfred Lord Tennyson. He has also written The Lotus Eaters and Ulysses. Both of these poems are important in the context of Alfred Lord Tennyson. Ulysses, it is a dramatic monologue and it is a companion poem of Lotus Eater. Dramatic monologue, which is very important literary writing, literary form of the writing, and it became very famous in the context of Robert Browning. तो अल्फ्रेड लॉर्ड टेनिसन के ये सारे वर्क्स जो मैंने स्टार मार्क करके बताया, जो रिपीटेडली आपको बताया, मेक श्योर यू विल रिवाइज दीज वर्क्स, यू विल रिमेंबर दीज टाइटल्स, क्योंकि यहाँ से क्वेश्चंस बनने की पॉसिबिलिटी हाई है. ठीक है, याद रखिएगा आप. दोबारा से मैं आपको बता देती हूँ. पोएम्स चीफली लिरिकल, इन मेमोरियम, द प्रिंसेस आर मेडले, then you should remember Maud and other poems, the Lotus Eaters and Ulysses, Idylls of the King, and he has also written Morte d'Arthur. Okay, these are some important works by Alfred Lord Tennyson. He has also written famous poems like Break, 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 Tiresias, Locksley Hall, and he has written important plays like Harold and the Cup. Is he clear? टेनिसन समझ में आ गए? टेनिसन के इंपॉर्टेंट वर्क समझ में आ गए? नाउ यू हैव नेक्स्ट इंपॉर्टेंट राइटर आर.एल. स्टीवेंसन. इज टेनिसन क्लियर टू यू ऑल? ओके. आर.एल. स्टीवेंसन was a Scottish novelist, poet and travel writer. And R.L. स्टीवेंसन का जो इम्पॉर्टेंट वर्क्स है, जो इम्पॉर्टेंट राइटिंग्स है, वो है ट्रेजर आइलैंड, किडनैप्ड, स्ट्रेंज केस ऑफ डॉक्टर जेकाइल एंड मिस्टर हाइड, वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. आर.एल. स्टीवेंसन के इस पर्टिकुलर वर्क को बहुत बार एग्जाम में पूछा गया है. याद रखिएगा, आर.एल. स्टीवेंसन का ये वर्क बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, स्ट्रेंज केस ऑफ डॉक्टर जेकाइल एंड मिस्टर हाइड. ही हैज़ ऑल्सो रिटन अ चाइल्ड गार्डन ऑफ वर्सेस. अगर आपने प्रीवियस ईयर पेपर सॉल्व किया होगा, आई होप मोस्ट ऑफ यू हैव सॉल्व प्रीवियस ईयर पेपर्स, and in those papers you must have seen this title, Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. All right, so this is very important work written by R.L. Stevenson. Another important works like Treasure Island, Kidnapped, and G.K. Chesterton said of this particular writer that he seemed to pick the right word up on the point of his pen like a man playing spleekins. Okay, in the context of R.L. Stevenson, you should remember Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Next important writer of Victorian age is Lewis Carroll. Lewis Carroll का जो एक्चुअल नाम था वो था चार्ल्स लुडविस डॉक्सन. ठीक है, लिविस कैरोल का जो नाम था वो था चार्ल्स लुडविस डॉक्सन, एंड ये ओरिजिनल नेम pseudonym नेम में पूछा गया है. Lewis Carroll is the pseudonym name, it is the pen name, it is the pseudonym or pen name of Charles Ludwig Dodgson. He is better known by his poem named Lewis Carroll. He was an English writer, mathematician, logician, Anglican deacon and photographer. In mathematics, he has written The Alphabet Keyfer and The Game of Logic. लिविस कैरोल का एक्चुअल नाम याद रखिएगा. एंड हिज टू इम्पॉर्टेंट राइटिंग्स, अलाइस एडवेंचर इन वंडरलैंड एंड थ्रू द लुकिंग ग्लास. बोथ ऑफ दीज वर्क्स आर इम्पॉर्टेंट एंड ये दोनों वर्क्स से क्वेश्चन एग्जाम में पूछा जा सकता है. Through the Looking Glass is the sequel work of the work Alice Adventures in Wonderland, written in the year 1865. Okay, I hope you got it. नेक्स्ट इम्पॉर्टेंट जो नॉवेलिस्ट हैं विक्टोरियन एज के, वो हैं विलियम मैक्टिस ठाकरे. वेरी सिग्निफिकेंट नॉवेलिस्ट ऑफ विक्टोरियन एज, who was born in the year 1811 and died in the year 1863. मुझे पता है आपको टाइम पीरियड नहीं याद होगा, तो आप इम्पॉर्टेंट वर्क्स याद रखिएगा एंड मेजर टाइटल्स जो है जैसे कि सब टाइटल, इम्पॉर्टेंट लाइन, ओरिजिनल नेम, ये सब आपको याद होना चाहिए. सो ठाकरे का जो फर्स्ट बुक था वो था द पेरिस स्केच बुक एंड हिज हिस्ट्री इफ पेंडनिस is a Bildungsroman novel. History, if Pendennis was also asked previously in the exam. The most famous novel of Macbeth Thackeray was Vanity Fair, written in the year 1848. Vanity Fair का जो टाइटल है, it is taken from John Bunyan's Pilgrim Progress, और यहाँ से एक क्वेश्चन आपके एग्जाम में आता है. पहला क्वेश्चन पूछा जाएगा, who is the author of Macbeth, who is the author of Vanity Fair. आपका आंसर होना चाहिए Macbeth Thackeray. वैनिटी फेयर जो फ्रेज है वो जॉन बनियान के अ पिलग्रिम्स प्रोग्रेस से लिया गया है. एंड अनदर इम्पॉर्टेंट वर्क्स ऑफ मैकबेथ ठाकरे आर द हिस्ट्री ऑफ पेंडेनिस, द बुक ऑफ स्नॉब्स, द हिस्ट्री ऑफ हेनरी एस्मॉन्ड विच इज़ एन इम्पॉर्टेंट नॉवल. द हिस्ट्री ऑफ हेनरी एस्मॉन्ड इज़ वेरी significant novel, significant work written by Macbeth Thackeray. All right. Then you should remember the Four Georges, the Adventure of Philip, and Henry Esmond, which is a historical novel by this particular author. I hope you got it. Now we are going to know important writings of Robert Browning. Robert Browning, the next important poet and author of Victorian age. रॉबर्ट ब्राउनिंग का टाइम लेंथ बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, टाइम स्पैन इंपॉर्टेंट है, 1812 से लेकर 1889 के बीच का. ठीक है. द फेमस फ्रेज विच वॉज आस्क्ड प्रीवियसली इन द एग्जाम दैट God is in his heaven and all is right with the world, which he has written in the work Pippa Passes. And this particular line, this particular notion of Robert Browning was contrasted by Thomas Hardy, where Thomas Hardy said that God is not in his heaven and all is wrong with the world. In his work Tales of the Arborville. So ये दोनों लाइन आप याद कर लीजिएगा. पहला जो नोशन है रॉबर्ट ब्राउनिंग का है, जो उन्होंने पीपा पैसेज में लिखा है, that God is in his heaven and everything is all right with the world. बट टॉमस हार्डी ने लिखा है टेल्स ऑफ द अर्बरविले में रॉबर्ट ब्राउनिंग के आइडिया को कॉन्ट्रास्ट करते हुए कि गॉड इज नॉट इन हिज हेवन एंड नथिंग इज गुड विद दिस वर्ल्ड. यहाँ से लाइन पूछा गया है. ठीक है. रॉबर्ट ब्राउनिंग ने लाइन पीपा पैसेज में लिखा है एंड टॉमस हार्डी ने टेल्स ऑफ द अर्बरविले में. इंपॉर्टेंट राइटिंग्स जो है, इंपॉर्टेंट वर्क्स जो है रॉबर्ट ब्राउनिंग का, वो है पॉलिन अ फ्रैगमेंट ऑफ कन्फेशन. फिर आप याद रखिएगा स्ट्रैफोर्ड. स्ट्रैफोर्ड इज एन इम्पॉर्टेंट प्ले. स्ट्रैफोर्ड इज एन इम्पॉर्टेंट ट्रेजेडी बाय रॉबर्ट ब्राउनिंग. He has also written a narrative poem, a long poem entitled as Sordello, written in the year 1840. Okay, Sordello is an important work by Robert Browning and it is written into 6 books. He has written Bell and Pomegranate series and Pippa Passes is a poem in that particular series. His another important poems like Porphyria's Lover, very important, Soliloquy of the Spanish Cloister, My Last Duchess, you must have remembered. My Last Duchess is very important poem by Robert Browning. Then you should remember dramatic persona. Robert Browning is famously known for using dramatic monologue. Do you know what is dramatic monologue is? Do you know what is dramatic monologue is? Dramatic monologue is a form of literature and it is different from soliloquy because in dramatic monologue it is used in the context of poem. All right. Dramatic monologue जो होता है it is always used in the context of poem. And soliloquy, which is a literary form, which is an important tool of literature, soliloquy is used in the context of drama. You must have remembered Hamlet's favorite soliloquy, Hamlet's important soliloquy, and Robert Browning के context में जो use होता है उसको कहते हैं हम dramatic monologue. तो dramatic monologue में क्या होता है कि एक single जो speaker होता है वो consciously अपनी बातों को कहता रहता है. ड्रामेटिक मोनोलॉग बहुत फेमस है रॉबर्ट ब्राउनिंग के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में. ही इज़ वेरी फेमस हु हैज़ यूज्ड ड्रामेटिक मोनोलॉग इन हिज राइटिंग्स. You should also remember The Ring and the Book. This is another important work of Robert Browning. तो रॉबर्ट ब्राउनिंग के जो इम्पॉर्टेंट वर्क्स हैं वो है पॉलिन अ फ्रैगमेंट ऑफ कन्फेशन, स्ट्रैफोर्ड विच इज़ एन इम्पॉर्टेंट ट्रेजेडी. Then you should remember Bale and Pomegranate series, Pippa Passes, where he said that God is in his heaven and everything is good with the world. And see, I told you that in Victorian period there was contrast between truth and religion. Okay, right and wrong. There was contrast between religion and new discovery, pre-established belief and new advancement of science and technology. So Robert Browning was there at positive side by saying that he had faith, he had this belief that God is in his heaven, he had the faith in the existence of God. But when we talk about Thomas Hardy notions, Hardy had not the belief that God is in his heaven. That is why Hardy said that God is not in his heaven and nothing is good with this world. So make sure you will remember all these important titles: Pauline, a fragment of confession, Strafford, Sordello, Bale and Pomegranate series, Pippa Passes. Then you should remember Porphyria's Lover, My Last Duchess, and you should remember The Ring and the Book. Very important work by Robert Browning. I hope you got it. You should also remember his another important poems like The Lost Leader, Rabbi Ben Ezra, Asolando, important work written into 4 books, and Christmas Eve. He is very famous for the line, fail I alone in words and deeds, why all men strives and who succeeds. This is very important line in the work The Last Sight Together. Oscar Wilde commented about Browning by saying that he is the most Shakespearean creature since Shakespeare. ये भी लाइन आप याद रख सकते हैं. He is the most Shakespearean creature since Shakespeare. I hope आपको रॉबर्ट ब्राउनिंग समझ में आ गए. Is he clear? रॉबर्ट ब्राउनिंग के सारे वर्क समझ में आ गए. We have discussed 2 important poets of Victorian age, Alfred, Lord Tennyson and Robert Browning. Did you get it? We have discussed 2 important poets of Victorian age, Alfred, Lord Tennyson and Robert Browning. I hope you got it. Now we are going to discuss another writers. मर्ज करना है दूसरा PDF. So we have discussed important poets, important writers of Victorian age like Robert Browning, who is primarily known for dramatic monologue. Then we have discussed, make sure you can clearly hear me. I'm clearly audible and visible to you all. All good? Are you there? Okay, so we have discussed important literary characteristics of Victorian period. We have discussed Robert Browning. We have discussed Alfred Lord Tennyson. We have discussed important writers. Now Walter Pater, another important writer of Victorian age, and Walter Pater is very important in the context of aesthetic movement. Walter Pater was an English essayist, literary and art critic and fiction writer, and he belongs to aesthetic movement. Aesthetic movement was very important movement in Victorian period, and aesthetic movement का जो notion था, that notion was for art's sake. ठीक है? This notion became very popular in the context of Walter Pater. Oscar Wilde paid tribute to him in the work The Critique as Artist, written in the year 1891. You should remember important works of Walter Pater, which are the Renaissance, very important work written in the year 1873. Then you should remember Marius the Epicurean, his Sensations and Ideas. Then you should remember Coleridge's writing written in the year 1866. This is an important work written by Walter Pater. Most importantly, you should remember what Walter Pater was associated with aesthetic movement, and aesthetic movement was an important literary movement of Victorian age. Next important writer है आपके Brontë's sister. Brontë's sister were very famous in Victorian period, and Charlotte Brontë, she is the eldest. She was the eldest among three Brontë's sisters: Emily Brontë, Anne Brontë, and Charlotte Brontë. And all these three Brontë's sisters had used different pen names. Charlotte Brontë had used Currer Bell, Emily Brontë has used Alice Bell, and Anne Brontë had used Acton Bell. Okay, Charlotte Brontë was an important English novelist and poet, and she published her first work, including Jane Eyre, under the pseudonym Currer Bell. ठीक है बेटा, तो आप ये तीनों राइटर्स के जो है शार्लेट ब्रॉन्टी, एमिली ब्रॉन्टी एंड एन ब्रॉन्टी, ये तीनों राइटर्स के पेन नेम को याद रखिएगा. क्यूरर बेल है पेन नेम, Jane Eyre, which is an important feminist writing by Charlotte Brontë. Charlotte Brontë का Currer Bell जो पेन नेम है बहुत important है, and Currer Bell was a male pseudonym. All these three Brontë sisters had used male pen names for their work. Charlotte Brontë का सबसे famous work है Jane Eyre. Jane Eyre is considered as an important work in the context of feminist literary, you can say feminist literary criticism. Emily Brontë ने यूज किया है पेन नेम एलिस बेल का, एंड एन ब्रॉन्टी ने किया है एक्टन बेल का. क्यूरर बेल, एलिस बेल एंड एक्टन बेल, these names you should remember. Elizabeth Gaskell has written a biography of Charlotte Brontë, published in the year 1857 under the title The Life of Charlotte Brontë. You should remember her important works, her famous works, which are The Professor, Jane Eyre and Autobiography, Shelley and Villette. ठीक है, these are important works written by Charlotte Brontë. The Professor, Jane Eyre, Shelley and Villette. शार्ले और विलेट से भी क्वेश्चंस एग्जाम में आए हैं. जेन आयर इज कंसिडर्ड एज एन ऑटोबायोग्राफिकल वर्क ऑफ शार्लेट ब्रॉन्टी. and it is written in the style of Bildungsroman. Bildungsroman is an important literary style. Bildungsroman में क्या होता है कि जो protagonist होता है उसके character का development दिखाया जाता है. The development of the character since childhood it's shown in Bildungsroman novel. Next important author है Emily Brontë, and Emily Brontë is so famous for writing the novel Wuthering Heights, and you should also remember the publication year of these novels. Emily Brontë का जो Wuthering Height है वो 1847 में लिखा गया था, and Wuthering Height is considered as an important novel in the context of Gothic fiction. It is written under the pseudonym Ellis Bell. As I have mentioned that these three Brontë sisters had used different male names, okay, different pen names, different male pen names. Currer Bell, Ellis Bell and Acton Bell, these are pen names of these important Brontë sisters. So Wuthering Height is very famous work written by Emily Brontë, where you can find the Byronic hero Radcliffe. आपके एग्जाम में ये क्वेश्चन आया है कि Radcliffe किस पर्टिकुलर नॉवल का प्रोटैगनिस्ट है, याद रखिएगा Wuthering Height, ठीक है. Then you should remember next important work of Emily Brontë, although Wuthering Height is only important, Anne Brontë is very famous in the context of writing Agnes Grey. Agnes Grey, which is a minor work, though Anne Brontë is famous for becoming a Brontë sister. Okay, next important writer for you is Matthew Arnold. Are you clear about these three Brontë sisters? Are you clear about these three Brontë sisters? Any question? All right. So Matthew Arnold is another important writer, poet and great critic of Victorian period. His lifetime is very important. You should remember he was born in the year 1822 and died in the year 1888. He was a great critic who has written the work The Study of Poetry. The Study of Poetry is very important critical work written by Matthew Arnold, and he developed touchstone method in the book The Study of the Poetry. Let's know his major works. Matthew Arnold has written very important poem, famous poem Dover Beach in the year 1867, and in the work Dover Beach you can find the line, the sea is calm tonight, the tide is full, the moon lies fair upon the straits, on the French coast the lies. The sea is calm tonight. This line became very popular, and this particular line was asked in many exams of English literature. If you are interested in reading poems, you must go through the poem Dover Beach by Matthew Arnold. Next important works of Matthew Arnold are Scholar Gypsy, Rugby Chapel. Rugby Chapel is an elegy written for his father's death. Next important work of Matthew Arnold are Culture and Anarchy, written in the year 1869. He had also written Thyrsis in the year 1867. ठीक है, तो Dover Beach, Scholar Gypsy, Rugby Chapel, Culture and Anarchy and Thyrsis, these are some important works by Matthew Arnold. Next important work you should remember on the study of Celtic literature. Then you should remember Essays in Criticism. Essays in Criticism is very important critical work by Arnold, and his another works you should remember are Sohrab and Rustam, Cromwell, To Margaret Continued. He has written on translating Homer, 3 lectures given at the University of Oxford. He has also written Literature and Dogma and an essay towards a better apprehension of the Bible. So important works of Matthew Arnold are Dover Beach, Scholar Gypsy, Rugby Chapel, Culture and Anarchy, Thyresis, Sohrab and Rustam, Essay in Criticism. To Margaret continued on translating Homer, Literature and Dogma. These are important works written by Matthew Arnold. Okay. He has also written a sonnet entitled as Shakespeare. Arnold is called the prophet of modern society. और ये phrase याद रखिएगा, यहाँ से हो सकता है question exam में आए. Which of the following author is known as the prophet of modern society? आपका आंसर होना चाहिए Matthew Arnold. ठीक है? Next important novelist and the most famous novelist of Victorian age is Charles Dickens. I hope you all have studied Dickens novels. Charles Dickens is very famous novelist who was born in the year 1812 and died in the year 1870. Charles Dickens novels are extremely important क्योंकि हर बार एग्जाम में हार्डी और नॉवल से क्वेश्चन रहता है. Make sure you will remember all the novels of Charles Dickens in clear manner. ठीक है? So the first work of Charles Dickens is the posthumous papers of the Pickwick Club, which is known as the Pickwick Papers. ठीक है? The Pickwick Papers जो है वो Charles Dickens का पहला नॉवल है. Dickens is also famous for writing you can say Christmas stories. He was very famous for writing Christmas stories, and among Christmas stories, A Christmas Carol is very famous poem. A Christmas Carol was written in the year 1843. Charles Dickens का जो पहला नॉवल है वो है The Pickwick Papers, and जो लास्ट नॉवल है वो है the last novel was The Mystery of Edwin Drood, which remains unfinished. ठीक है? फर्स्ट नॉवल एंड लास्ट नॉवल से क्वेश्चन एग्जाम में आता है, तो आप मेजर नॉवेलिस्ट के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में याद रखिएगा. ठीक है? फर्स्ट नॉवल है द पिकविक पेपर्स एंड लास्ट नॉवल है द मिस्ट्री ऑफ एडविन ड्रूड. Few among them are A Christmas Carol, Scrooge, Jolly Bob Cratchit and Teeny Tim. You must remember Christmas Carol. Let's know his major novels, क्योंकि यहाँ से एक क्वेश्चन तो आएगा ही आएगा, याद रखिएगा. थॉमस हार्डी के नॉवेल्स एंड चार्ल्स डिकिंस के नॉवेल्स दोनों आपको याद होने चाहिए. चार्ल्स डिकिंस का पहला नॉवेल है द पिकविक पेपर्स, रिटन इन द ईयर 1836. He has also written Oliver Twist in the year 1837, and the complete title of Oliver Twist is The Adventures of Oliver Twist, and the another title of this particular novel is The Parish Boy's Progress. He has written Nicholas Nickleby, The Old Curiosity Shop. After reading this novel in 1841, Queen Victoria remarked this novel very interesting and cleverly written. So the Pickwick Paper, Oliver Twist, which has the other title, The Parish Boys in Progress, The Parish Boys Progress. ये पर्टिकुलर सब टाइटल एग्जाम में पूछा गया है कि चार्ल्स डिकिंस के किस वर्क का टाइटल है द पैरिश बॉयज प्रोग्रेस. आपका आंसर होना चाहिए ऑलिवर ट्विस्ट. देन यू शुड रिमेंबर, ठीक है, you should remember Nicholas Nickleby, The Old Curiosity Shop. The Old Curiosity Shop was written in the year 1840. Then you should remember Dombey and Son, 1846. And one more point I would like to add here, you should remember all these important novels chronologically with the date of publication, क्योंकि जो major writers होते हैं उनसे जो टेक्स्ट पूछे जाते हैं, उनके द्वारा जो राइटिंग्स लिखी गई है, जो लिटरेरी टेक्स्ट लिखे गए हैं, वो क्रोनोलॉजी बेस्ट मैनर में पूछी जाती है. ठीक है? तो क्रोनोलॉजिकल वे में अगर आपसे क्वेश्चन पूछा जाएगा तो आप ये ईयर्स भी याद रखिएगा कि जो द पिकविक पेपर्स है वो 1836 में लिखा गया था चार्ल्स डिकेंस के द्वारा, एंड दिस इज द फर्स्ट नॉवेल. ओके, ओलिवर ट्विस्ट 1837, देन यू शुड रिमेंबर निकोलस निकलबाई 1838, द ओल्ड क्यूरियोसिटी शॉप 1840, then you should remember Dombey and Son 1846, David Copperfield, very important novel of David Copperfield, very important novel by Charles Dickens, written in the year 1849. Next important works of Charles Dickens are, see, one more point you should remember, David Copperfield is considered as autobiographical novel by Charles Dickens. ठीक है, डेविड कॉपरफील्ड का जो इम्पॉर्टेंट फीचर है वो आप याद रखिएगा कि डेविड कॉपरफील्ड इज कैरेक्टराइज्ड एज एन इम्पॉर्टेंट ऑटोबायोग्राफिकल वर्क ऑफ डिकेंस. देन यू शुड रिमेंबर ब्लीक हाउस, हार्ड टाइम्स, एंड हार्ड टाइम्स में बहुत ही इम्पॉर्टेंट स्टोरी है, बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट लाइन है, हार्ड टाइम्स फॉर दिस टाइम्स and A Tale of Two Cities. These are some famous novels by Charles Dickens. A Tale of Two Cities में ये लाइन बहुत बार एग्जाम में पूछा गया है, that it was the best of times, it was the worst of times. And बहुत बच्चे कंफ्यूज हो जाते हैं, बहुत सारे स्टूडेंट्स को ऐसा लगता है कि ये लाइन लिखा गया होगा हार्ड टाइम्स में, but this particular line you can find in the novel entitled as A Tale of Two Cities. Then you should remember Great Expectations, written in the year 1860, Our Mutual Friend, written in the year 1864, and The Mystery of Edwin Drood, which is the last novel of Charles Dickens. So far you should remember, let me brief for you important novels like The Pickwick Papers. It is the first. The Pickwick Papers, Oliver Twist, Nicholas Nickleby, The Old Curiosity Shop, Great Expectations, okay, The Old Curiosity Shop, Dombey and Son, David Copperfield, Bleak House, Hard Times, A Tale of Two Cities, Great Expectations, Our Mutual Friend, and The Mystery of Edwin Drood. These are some important novels of Charles Dickens. He has also written short stories, as I already mentioned. A Christmas Carol is the most famous short stories by Dickens. I hope you all are clear about Charles Dickens. Yes, Gaurav, I am from BHU. I am a research scholar here. Okay. So, are you clear about Charles Dickens' important novels? Is it clear? Do you have any question regarding it? So now we are going to discuss about next important writer, next important novelist of Victorian period. Okay, so Oscar Wilde is next important writer of Victorian age. Okay, ऑस्कर वाइल्ड का सबसे इम्पॉर्टेंट जो एसोसिएशन है वो है एस्थेटिक मूवमेंट से. एस्थेटिक मूवमेंट से वॉल्टर पेटर के अलावा ऑस्कर वाइल्ड was also associated with aesthetic movement. He was an Irish author, playwright and poet, and he is famously remembered for his work The Picture of the Dorian Gray, written in the year 1890. The Picture of the Dorian Gray is famous novel by Oscar Wilde, and he was deeply involved in the rising philosophy of aestheticism led by his two tutors John Ruskin and Walter Pater. He wrote his masterpiece The Importance of Being Earnest, and the importance of being earnest से questions exam में बहुत बार पूछे गए हैं. याद रखिएगा, The Importance of Being Earnest was written in the year 1895. Two important works, The Picture of Dorian Gray and The Importance of Being Earnest. These two works are very important, very significant in the context of Wilde. He has also written A House of Pomegranates, which is a collection of fairy stories. He has written A Woman of No Importance, then The Picture of Dorian Gray. He has written The Importance of Being Earnest. It is a play by Oscar Wilde. I hope you are clear with Oscar Wilde's important writing. Now you have another very important writer, John Ruskin, and John Ruskin was also associated with aesthetic movement. ठीक है? John Ruskin is very important for coining the word, for coining this particular term, pathetic fallacy. Fallacy, you know, it is a kind of an error. Pathetic fallacy, he had invented this term to describe the ascription or artistic work of human emotion to inanimate objects and impersonal natural forces. This term is very significant in the context of John Ruskin. Mahatma Gandhi translated unto this last in the year 1908 under the title Sarvodaya. ठीक है? Pathetic fallacy is very important term coined by John Ruskin. All right. So I hope you will remember pathetic fallacy, and you should also remember John Ruskin, who is an important propounder of the movement, aesthetic movement. His important works you should remember, Unto This Last, written in the year 1860, then The Seven Lamps of Architecture, then you should remember The Stones of Venice. These are some important works by John Ruskin. Is it okay? Did you get it? नेक्स्ट इंपॉर्टेंट राइटर है आपके सर आर्थर कॉनन डॉयल एंड शेरलॉक होम्स. तो सबने देखा होगा ये सीरीज. ही वॉज द क्रिएटर ऑफ दिस पर्टिकुलर सीरीज, द एडवेंचर्स ऑफ शेरलॉक होम्स, एंड ही हैज ऑल्सो रिटन वन एक्ट प्ले एंटाइटल्ड एज वाटरलू. आई होप यू गॉट इट. All right. The next important novelist of Victorian age is George Eliot. George Eliot, who was born in the year 1819 and died in the year 1880. George Eliot is the famous writer, famous novelist of Victorian age, and George Eliot का जो important pen name है वो भी आप याद रखिएगा. George Eliot is the pen name, and her original name was Mary Ann Evans. Okay, she was born as Mary Ann Evans at Warwickshire in 1819, and her first translation is of Life of Jesus, which was published in the year 1846 by George Chapman. Important novels of George Eliot are really significant for your exam. You should remember Adam Bede, written in the year 1859. Adam Bede is her first full-length novel, which she described as a country story of full breadth of cows and the saint of hay. In the work Middlemarch, she has portrayed the Martin Amis and Julian Bernays as the greatest novel in the English language. This particular novel is narrated as the greatest novel by Martin Amis and Julian Bernays. You should also remember her other important works like The Mill on the Floss, written in the year 1860, and The Mill on the Floss is considered as the most autobiographical novel of George Eliot. ठीक है? She has written Adam Bate in the year 1859. She has written The Mill on the Floss. She has written Salis Marner, The Weaver of Ravello. She has written Romola in the year 1863. She has written Felix Holt the Radical and Middlemarch, very significant work. Middlemarch, a study of provincial life, and this work was asked for several times in your CUET PG English exam. Make sure you will remember all these important works of George Eliot. Now you can see how Victorian age is characterized for writing novels, because you have come across many novelists like Charles Dickens, R.L. Stevenson, Thackeray, Brontë's sister, and then you are studying George Eliot's major works. So you should remember Adam Bate, The Mill on the Floss, which is an autobiographical work. Then you should remember Salis Marner, which has subtitle The Weaver of Ravello, because it is about a weaver. The story focuses on the life of a weaver. Then you should remember Romola, very important poem, very important novel, not poem. Then you should remember Felix Holt the Radical. Along with this work, you should remember Middlemarch, which has subtitle The Study of Provincial Life, and the last novel is Daniel Deronda. In the context of George Eliot, chronological based questions also asked in the previous year examinations. तो ये सारे important novels को आप chronologically याद करने की कोशिश कीजिएगा. Is my point clear? All good? ठीक है, समझ आ गया? Okay, so next important writer is G.M. Hopkins. G.M. Hopkins, who had introduced many terms, he invented various terms like sprung rhythm, inscape, instrace and curtal sonnets. ठीक है, G.M. Hopkins के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में ये सारे टर्म्स पूछे गए हैं प्रीवियसली, तो याद रखिएगा G.M. Hopkins who invented various terms like sprung rhythm, inscape, instrace and curtal sonnets. These are important terms invented by G.M. Hopkins. He wrote 3 poems in curtal sonnets, which are Pied Beauty, okay, Peace and Ash Boughs. Curtal sonnet कितने लाइन का होता है? Do you know? How many lines are there in curtal sonnet? Do you know, student? How many lines you can find in curtain sonnets? कर्टन सॉनेट्स में आपको याद रखना है पाइड ब्यूटी, पीस एंड एस बॉज. And in the context of curtal sonnets, you should remember it contains 11 lines. G.M. Hopkins के important poems जो हैं वो है Pied Beauty, The Rake of the Duke's Land. Then you should remember The Wind Hover, very important. The Wind Hover has subtitle To Christ Our Lord. The Wind Hover is very important poem by G.M. Hopkins. All right. And now the next famous novelist of Victorian age is Thomas Hardy. Thomas Hardy is the greatest novelist of Victorian period, who was born in the year 1840 and died in the year 1928. Thomas Hardy was a poet and short story writer and a novel writer. He focused more on declining rural society. He had discussed about rural setting, how because of industrialization, because of the effects of industrialization in 19th century, urban areas were emerging and rural areas were declining. He had shown the struggles of rural society and urban society in his novels. He had also shown the middle class sentiments throughout his novels, and he is considered as one of the finest novelists of English literature. So, okay, the first novel of Hardy which remained unfinished was The Poor Man and the Lady, which was published in the year 1867. Series of Circumstances is a collection of 18 poems, and Thomas Hardy is well known for the novel which is Wessex novels. Wessex क्या है? तो Wessex का मतलब होता है where you can remember, Wessex is the semi fictional region. ठीक है, टॉमस हार्डी के नॉवेल्स को वेसेक्स नॉवेल्स के नाम से जाना जाता है, एंड यहाँ से भी क्वेश्चन एग्जाम में कई बार पूछा गया है, तो याद रखिएगा टॉमस हार्डी एन इम्पॉर्टेंट नॉवेलिस्ट ऑफ विक्टोरियन पीरियड हुज नॉवेल्स आर known as Wessex novels, and Wessex जो है एक सेमी फिक्शनल रीजन है टॉमस हार्डी के लिए. इन इंडियन इंग्लिश लिटरेचर यू नो आर के नारायण के जो वर्क्स हैं वो मालगुड़ी एक रीजन के लिए जाना जाता है जो कि साउथ इंडिया में सिचुएटेड है. लेट्स नो हिज इम्पॉर्टेंट वर्क्स. Some of well-known poems of Thomas Hardy are Are You Digging on My Grave, An August Midnight, The Dynasts, and The Darkling Thrush. The Darkling Thrush was inspired from William Wordsworth. ठीक है? So these are some important poems. Are You Digging on My Grave, An August Midnight, The Dynast, and The Darkling Thrush. All right. Important novels of Thomas Hardy's are Desperate Remedies, a novel. Then you should remember Under the Greenwood Tree, written in the year 1872. The complete title of the work Under the Greenwood Tree was Under the Greenwood Tree, a rural painting of the Dutch school. And this particular title, Under the Greenwood Tree, was taken from a song As You Like It, written by William Shakespeare. He has written A Pair of Blue Eyes in the year 1873, Far from the Madding Crowd in the year 1874, and this particular phrase of the Far from the Madding Crowd was taken from Thomas Gray's Elegy written in Country Churchyard. ये दोनों phrase पूछा गया है. Under the Greenwood Tree is the phrase taken from As You Like It, written by William Shakespeare, and Far from the Madding Crowd, this is the phrase taken from Thomas Gray's writing Elegy written in a country churchyard. You should also remember The Mayor of the Casterbridge, The Life and the Death of a Man of Character. These are some important novels by Thomas Hardy. The Mayor of the Casterbridge has subtitle The Life and Death of Man of Character. You all know Henchard was there, Suzanne was there, Newson was there, Donald Farfaret. These are some important characters you can find in the novel of The Mayor of Casterbridge. Then next important novel of Hardy was Tales of the Arborville, and Tales of the Arborville has subtitle A Pure Woman Faithfully Presented. और जितने भी मैं आपको सबटाइटल्स बता रही हूँ ये सारे सबटाइटल्स बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट हैं, यहाँ से क्वेश्चन एग्जाम में पूछे गए हैं, तो आप भी ये सबटाइटल्स को ध्यान से याद रखिएगा. ठीक है. टेल्स ऑफ द आर्बरविले का एक लाइन है कि ब्यूटी वॉज नॉट इन द थिंग बट इन वॉट द थिंग सिम्बोलाइज्ड. दिस इज इम्पॉर्टेंट लाइन you can find in the novel Tales of the Arborville. And you can also find the contrast, this contrast perspective from Robert Browning that God is in his heaven and all is wrong with the world. Next important novels of Thomas Hardy are Jude of the Obscure, The Poor Man and the Lady, The Trumpet Major, which is a historical novel, The Return of the Native, The Woodlanders, Two on a Tower, and The Well-Beloved, A Sketch of a Temperament. These are some important novels by Thomas Hardy. Make sure you will remember Desperate Remedies, a novel, Under the Greenwood Tree, A Pair of Blue Eyes, Far from the Madding Crowd, and The Mayor of the Castor Breeze, which has subtitle Life and Death of a Man of Character. Then you should remember Tales of d'Urberville, and you should remember Jude of the Obscure, The Poor Man and the Lady, The Return of the Native, and The Well-Beloved. These are important works of Thomas Hardy. समझ में आया आप लोगों को? You should also remember his short stories as Wessex Tales, a group of novel dames, and Life's Little Irony. He has also written poetry, and among poems, you should remember The Dynast, which is considered as an epic verse drama. If you have any question, please do let me know. Thomas Hardy समझ में आ गए? If you have any question, please do let me know. If you have any question, please ask me. Next important writer is Dante Gabriel Rossetti, who is very important writer in the context of Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood. ठीक है? Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood, which was established by Dante Gabriel Rossetti in the year 1848. The Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood was a group of English painters, poets and art critics founded in 1848 by important writers like William Holman Hunt, John Everett Millais, Dante Gabriel Rossetti, Michael Rossetti, James Collinson, Frederick George Stephens and Thomas Ulner. These names are important in the context of Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood, and Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood में सबसे important writer है Dante Gabriel Rossetti. ठीक है? I hope you got it. You should remember important names of the authors who are associated with the group of Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood. They were William Holman Hunt, John Everett Millais, Dante Gabriel Rossetti, William Michael Rossetti, James Collinson, Frederick George Stephens and Thomas Ulner. These are some important writers, some important group of authors you can find in the group of Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood. Important works of Gabriel Rossetti are The Blessed Damozel, Ballad and Sonnets and The House of Life. ठीक है, गैब्रियल रॉसेटी का नाम प्री रैफेलाइट ब्रदरहुड में याद रखिएगा. Krishna Rossetti, another important writer, and she was the sister of Gabriel Rossetti. I hope आपको Victorian period समझ में आ गया. Now we are going to know modern period of British literature. Is it clear? Are you clear about Victorian age? You have seen how Victorian age is characterized for writing novels. You have come across many novelists and their important novels. We have seen that Victorian age is regarded as the second golden period of English literature. Now we are moving the most important literary period of British literature, and in your exam mostly questions will be there from modern age. So okay, if you have any question, please ask me, please do let me know. Okay. So modern period are characterized by two important world wars, First World War and Second World War. You know, in modern period you can find important literary themes like fragmented feeling, theme of alienation, identity crisis. You can also find that how two world wars impacted on grand scale the literature of the time. You should remember the time period which is from 1900 to 1950. This period, the whole modern period, the entire period is characterized by the notion of unrest, change and deep questioning. You can find important events like World War I, which occurred in between 1914 to 1918, and World War II, which occurred from 1939 to 1945. There was conflict between ideologies. There was the technology and urban life were taking charge in the particular age. There was the beginning of colonialism and freedom movements, and there was also shift of gender roles in the particular age. So let's know important writer. You can find important literary characteristics in this age that writers were moving away from old style. When you say modern period मतलब कि कोई भी conventional literary style literary writing में follow नहीं हुआ. All those important modern writers did not follow the conventional style of writing. They have followed, they have propounded, they have developed new technique style, they have used fragmented narratives, they have used new subject matters in their writings. So important literary characteristics were they were moving away from old style, they have emphasized on the theme of experimentation, they have used famous writing technique known as stream of consciousness. एंड स्ट्रीम ऑफ कॉन्सियसनेस से क्वेश्चन एग्जाम में बहुत बार पूछा गया है, तो याद रखिएगा. दे हैव यूज्ड फ्रैगमेंटेशन एंड नॉन लीनियर स्टोरी टेलिंग एंड they have also criticized society, they have used imagery symbols in their particular writing. That is why imagist movement, symbolist movement, you know, these movements were there in modern period. Let's know important writer. Modernism, you know, this is very important work. मॉडर्न पीरियड में जो सबसे इम्पॉर्टेंट राइटिंग है, थैंक यू प्रीति, थैंक यू सो मच. Okay, so modernism, you should remember the timeline from 1900 to 1945. Modernism involves a radical and conscious break with past, rejection of conventional Victorian morality, that is rich and poor, right versus wrong, okay, tradition versus modernity, and they have invented new forms of expression. In 20th century, several social, economic, scientific, cultural and political changes took place, and it is considered as one of the most important movement of the day of the English literature. This particular age is characterized by, you know, Edwardian era was also there, where King George V was the king. In this age, you should remember the flourishment, the development of Georgian poetry, क्योंकि ये जॉर्जियन पीरियड से टर्म आया है जॉर्जियन पोएट्री का. Georgian poetry refers to a series of anthologies showcasing the work of a school of English poetry that was established during the reign of King George V. The first volume of it was produced under the guidance of Rupert Brooke, you know, one of the war poets. जॉर्जियन पोइट्री के ग्रुप में जो इम्पोर्टेंट राइटर्स थे वो थे आपके एडमंड ब्लंडेन, रूपर्ट ब्रूक, रॉबर्ट ग्रेव्स, डी.एच. लॉरेंस, वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट राइटर, वॉल्टर डी ला मेयर, सिसफ्रायड सजून एंड विल्फ्रेड ओवेन. वॉइस लो जा रही है अभी भी, कांट यू हियर मी प्रॉपरली? पीयूष आप अपने साइड चेक कीजिए, आपके साइड का वॉइस लो होगा, ठीक है? Okay, I am discussing Georgian poetry and important writers associated with the particular group. Okay, the first important author of modern period is Rudyard Kipling. He was an English novelist, poet and writer, and he received, Rudyard Kipling is the first British writer who received the Nobel Prize in Literature in the year 1907. एंड यहाँ से क्वेश्चन आपके एग्जाम में पूछा जा सकता है, याद रखिएगा, रुडयार्ड किपलिंग इज द फर्स्ट ब्रिटिश राइटर who received the Nobel Prize in Literature. All right, you should also remember he is considered as the prophet of British imperialism or poet of imperialism. George Orwell, very important writer, called him the prophet of British imperialism. Kipling is also called as poet of empire, and his major works, he published 6 collections of short stories, and these short stories are not very much important, but you can remember Willy Winky. His most famous work is Kim. Kim is very famous. He has also written the Jungle Book. ठीक है, इम्पॉर्टेंट वर्क्स जो आपको 2-3 याद रखना है अपने एग्जाम के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से, वो है किम, द जंगल बुक, रिटन इन द ईयर 1895, एंड द सेकेंड जंगल बुक, he has also written book for children literature. He has written very remarkable poem entitled as If. I hope you got it. You should remember Harold Pinter, another important writer. I hope student you are getting it. Give me 2 minutes, I am coming back to you. Okay, सो हरोल्ड पिंटर, बेटा अभी जितने राइटर्स के बारे में हम पढ़ने जा रहे हैं दे आर एक्सट्रीमली इम्पॉर्टेंट फॉर योर एग्जाम, ठीक है? तो आप ध्यान से इन सारे राइटर्स को पढ़िएगा, मेक श्योर यू कैन हियर मी, ठीक है? मेरी वॉइस सब कुछ क्लियर है? हरोल्ड पिंटर, वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट मॉडर्न राइटर, and he was a Nobel Prize winning English playwright. He was a screenwriter, director and actor. He is very famous for developing this technique, comedy of manic, ठीक है? Comedy of manic is very important technique, very important writing technique developed by Harold Pinter. Comedy of manic denotes a kind of play in which the characters feels threatened by some overpowering and frightening force, and this particular fear became the element of manic. Okay, this particular fear and manic became the source of comedy, and this particular term was coined by Irving Waddell. हरोल्ड पिंटर का नाम जब भी आएगा तो आपको याद होना चाहिए कॉमेडी ऑफ मैनिक. कॉमेडी ऑफ मैनिक से भी क्वेश्चन एग्जाम में पूछा गया है. सो कॉमेडी ऑफ मैनिक वाज गिवन बाय हरोल्ड पिंटर. हिज फेमस वर्क्स आर द रूम, नो मैन्स लैंड, द बर्थडे पार्टी, वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. द बर्थडे पार्टी वाज रिटन इन द ईयर 1957. He has also written The Dumb Waiter, The Caretaker, written in the year 1959. The Caretaker was a screen play by Harold Pinter. Most importantly, you should remember The Birthday Party, The Betrayal, A Room, The Room, No Man's Land, and The Caretaker. The Homecoming is also very significant play written by Harold Pinter. He has also written Family Voices, and these plays are also important in the context of Pinter. The French Lieutenant's Women, The Handmaid's Tale, and The Last Tycoon. These are some important plays by Harold Pinter. All right. Next important writer है आपके H.G. Wells, and H.G. Wells is very famous for writing The Time Machine. H.G. Wells का ये जो द टाइम मशीन है ये साइंस फिक्शन में बहुत ही इम्पॉर्टेंट वर्क है, बहुत ही इम्पॉर्टेंट बुक है. ही हैज़ रिटन द इनविजिबल मैन, ही हैज़ रिटन द वॉर ऑफ द वर्ल्ड्स, and he is best remembered for science fiction novels which is The Time Machine. He has also written Gibbs, which is also a science fiction novel, and History of Mr. Polly. So टाइम मशीन से एग्जाम में क्वेश्चन पूछा गया है इतनी बार, तो टाइम मशीन का आप पब्लिकेशन ईयर भी याद रखिएगा, 1895 है. आ रहा है समझ में? द इनविजिबल मैन इज ऑल्सो फेमस, इट इज ऑल्सो सिग्निफिकेंट फॉर योर एग्जाम. आर यू ऑल गेटिंग इट? आर यू ऑल गेटिंग इट? Now you should remember Wilfred Owen, another important war poet. Wilfred Owen was an English poet and soldier. फास्ट तो नहीं हो रहा है ना? ये सारे राइटर्स के पोएम्स, राइटिंग्स बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. मॉडर्न पोएट्स में से आप किसी को, मॉडर्न राइटर्स में से किसी को आप लाइटली नहीं ले सकते हो. सारे राइटर्स की राइटिंग्स को आपको याद रखना होगा. Wilfred Owen is one of the war poets, and his well-known works are Deluse et Decorum Est, Insensibility, Anthem for Doomed Youth, Futility, and Strange Meeting. ठीक है? These are some important works, some important writings by Wilfred Owen. Next important writer is, ठीक है, W.H. Auden. W.H. Auden is another very important writer of modern age, and W.H. ठीक है भाई, तबीयत ठीक है? एक बार देख लीजिए, मैं क्लास ले रही हूँ, एक बार डॉक्टर को फ़ोन कर लीजिए. So I hope you can hear me now. I'm extremely sorry. Can you hear me now? All right, okay. So today I'll be finishing this particular phase. Yes, Riya, something had happened, that's why I had to go. Okay, I hope it's fine. I'm clearly audible to you. Okay, I was discussing W.H. Auden. W.H. Auden was born in the year 1907 and he died in the year 1973. W.H. Auden's important work you must be very clear. Okay. हाँ बेटा ठीक है okay. You should remember important writings. He has formed Auden group, okay, and in this particular group there are important writers like Cecil Days Lewis, Louis Macnish, Stephen Spender and Christopher Isherwood. Very important personality, Christopher Isherwood. Then you should remember his major writing. W.H. Auden के जो important works हैं वो हैं poems written in the year 1930. Then you should remember The Dog Beneath the Skin written in the year 1935. Then you should remember The Shield of Achilles written in the year 1955. The Shield of Achilles जो है ये बहुत ही important work है, ठीक है. Make sure you will remember The Shield of Achilles, The Dog Beneath the Sun, The Dance of Death and The Operators and English Study. Is it clear? W.H. Auden के ये दोनों works याद रहेगा. He has also written for the time being in the year 1944. Is it clear? Did you get it? याद रहेगा? हेलो, डॉक्टर के पास ले जाओ उसको, मैं आती हूँ 1 घंटे में. बोल रही है ना? ठीक है मैं करती हूँ कॉल. Okay, you should remember next important poet of modern period, W.B. Yeats. W.B. Yeats is another important poet, writer of modern age. W.B. Yeats का जो full name था वो था William Butler Yeats, and he was very representative, he was very important Irish author, and he had written many important dramas and important plays. He was associated with Celtic revival which is known as Celtic Twilight. It was a literary Irish revival where they have focused on literature, painting and arts. And this particular Celtic revival, from this particular movement, writers like W.B. Yeats, A. Russell, Edward Martin, Edward Plunkett and Lady Gregory, these authors were associated with. W.B. Yeats also founded the Abbey Theatre, which is also known as National Theatre of Ireland. And Abbey Theatre से भी question exam में आपके पूछा गया है, तो याद रखिएगा. Abbey Theatre was founded by W.B. Yeats along with Lady Gregory, Edward Martin and others in the year 1904. अगर इस तरीके का क्वेश्चन आपसे पूछा जाएगा कि एबे थिएटर कब बना था, कब एस्टैब्लिश किया गया था, याद रखिएगा 1904. ठीक है. W.B. Yeats was the first Irishman to be awarded with Nobel Prize in Literature in the year 1923, and this fact is also important. अभी मैंने आपको बताया रुडयार्ड किपलिंग is the first British writer who received the Nobel Prize in Literature in the year 1907, and W.B. Yeats is the first Irish author who received the Nobel Prize in Literature in the year 1923. The first volume of its poem was The Wandering of 𝐂𝐿𝐻 and Other Poems. His most important poems include The Tower, The Winding Stairs and Other Poems, Easter and The Second Coming. The most popular poem of W.B. Yeats is The Second Coming. Let's know his important works, his major works. You should remember The Wandering of 𝐂𝐿𝐻 and Other Poems, The Lake Isle of Innisfree, written in the year 1890. Then you should remember The Celtic Twilight, written in the year 1893. The Roge, written in the year 1893. The Land of Heart's Desire. Then you should remember The Wind Among the Reeds, The Shadowy Waters, and In the Seven Woods. These are very important works, some important poems. एंड W.B. Yeats के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में ईस्टर याद रखिएगा, 1916 में जिसको लिखा गया था. ईस्टर से भी क्वेश्चन आपके एग्जाम में बहुत बार पूछे गए हैं. ईस्टर इज अनदर वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट पोएम बाय W.B. Yeats. He has written The Second Coming in the year 1920. He has written The Tower in the year 1928, and it includes Selling to Byzantium, Leda and Swan, and Among the School Children. The Tower is the collection of 3 poems, and these 3 poems are very important. You must remember Sailing to Byzantium, Leda and Swan, and Among School Children. Alright. Important poetic drama written by W.B. Yeats is the Countess Kathleen, and Countess Kathleen से भी question exam में आया है. He has written a poem, A Prayer for My Daughter, and this particular poem was dedicated to his daughter. You should remember his important poems like The Wandering 𝐂𝐿𝐻 and Other Poems, The Lake Isle of Innisfree, The Second Coming, The Celtic Twilight, The Wind Among the Reeds, and you should remember Easter, written in the year 1916, The Second Coming, जहाँ से चिनुआ एचेबे थिंग्स फॉल अपार्ट, जो कि एक इम्पॉर्टेंट नॉवेल है अफ्रीकन ऑथर चिनुआ एचेबे का. चिनुआ एचेबे टुक टाइटल फ्रॉम द सेकेंड कमिंग. थिंग्स फॉल अपार्ट, सेंटर कैन नॉट होल्ड इट. ओके, थिंग्स फॉल अपार्ट, सेंटर कैन नॉट होल्ड इट. This is very important line you can find in the poem The Second Coming. Then you should remember The Countess Kathleen, a poetic drama by W.B. Yeats, A Prayer for My Children, and he has written important plays like The Resurrection. He has written The Heron's Egg, Countess Kathleen in the year 1892. So I hope you are clear with the works of W.B. Yeats. Any question? Any question? नहीं नहीं, हाँ. कोई है नहीं क्या? मैंने नहीं बजाया है. Thank you. Do you have any question? Now we are going to know another important writer, Wilfred Owen. Another very important writer. Okay, so 𝐂𝐿𝐻 is another important writer, war poet, and he is famously known for writing 𝐶𝐶𝐻 trilogy. And in 𝐶𝐶𝐻 trilogy you can find works Memoirs of a Fox Hunting Man, Memoirs of an Infantry Officer, and 𝐶𝐶𝐻's Progress. These 3 works are important. And another important writings of 𝐶𝐻 are The Hero, The Old Huntsman. Thank you. क्या बोल रहे थे, कौन था? Okay. Then you should remember he has written war poems, okay? He has written Virgils and the Hard Journey. These are important works by Sassoon. Next important writer है आपके T. Hume, another important war poet. Then you should remember Dylan Thomas. Dylan Thomas had written very important work entitled as Don't Go Gentle Into That Good Night, and he has written Portrait of an Artist as a Young Dog. This is very famous work by Dylan Thomas. James Joyce has written Portrait of an Artist as a Young Man. Dylan Thomas has written Portrait of an Artist as a Young Dog. This is the collection of short stories. Next important writer है आपकी Virginia Woolf, one of the most significant writer of modern period. Virginia Woolf was born in the year 1882 and died in the year 1941. She was modern novelist and essayist. She was associated with Bloomsbury Group. What is Bloomsbury Group? So Bloomsbury became the center of Bloomsbury Group of intellectuals. It was influenced by 𝐂𝐴 Eliot. In this group, they had discussion on important contemporary social issues in literary context. This was an influential group of associated English writers, philosophers, intellectuals and artists. In this group, you can find 10 core members like Virginia Woolf, Leonard Woolf, Lytton Strachey, John Maynard Keynes, and E.M. Forster, very important writer who has written A Passage to India, Duncan Grant, although you should remember major authors in this group like E.M. Forster, Clive Bale, who was an art critic, Virginia Woolf, Leonard Woolf and Lytton Strachey. These are some important writers associated with the group which we call Bloomsbury Group. Virginia Woolf's first novel is The Voice Out, written in the year 1915. ठीक है? Along with The Voice Out, you should remember her major works like The Voice Out, written in the year 1915. Then she has written Night and Day in the year 1919. She was also the author of, she is also the author of the book Jacob's Room. And you all know this particular novel, Mrs. Dalloway, which is considered as female Ulysses. Mrs. Dalloway was written in the year 1925 and Mrs. Dalloway is considered as female Ulysses. You should also remember her next important work, To the Lighthouse, written in the year 1927, and in the novel To the Lighthouse you can find the subtitle Time Passes. Orlando, a biography written in the year 1922 is important. Then you should remember The Waves and Between the Acts. These are important works by Virginia Woolf. She had also written non-fictional works. You all know A Room of One's Own, very important essay in the field of feminist study, feminist literary criticism. A Room of One's Own was written in the year 1929, where she talks about the privacy for women, that a woman must possess some private room, some private space where she can focus on her creativity, on her skill. She can learn writing style and another creativity. A Room of One's Own का जो सिक्वल वर्क है वो है 3 Guineas और ये भी आपके एग्जाम में पूछा गया है. ये जितने फैक्ट्स मैं स्टार मार्क्ड आपको बता रही हूँ, ये एग्जाम में क्वेश्चन प्रीवियसली भी पूछा गया है और आपके आने वाले 12 मार्च को जो एग्जाम है 12th मार्च को, you can expect these questions in the upcoming exam. So make sure you will revise these particular writings very carefully. And now T.S. Eliot, the most celebrated, the most important, the most representative writer of modern period. Make sure you will remember the time period of T.S. Eliot from 1888 to 1965. T.S. Eliot was the most celebrated poet and critic of modern period. His first major poem is the love song of J. Alfred Prufrock. This is very famous, the love song of J. Alfred Prufrock. He worked as a literary editor of the magazine The Egoist, and his manifesto of modern period, his most famous work, most famous poem, which contains 434 lines, is The Wasteland. The Wasteland is very famous work. It is considered as the manifesto of modern period by T.S. Eliot. You should remember each and every work of T.S. Eliot very carefully. T.S. Eliot एक ऐसे ऑथर हैं जिनके बिना एग्ज़ाम में कोई भी क्वेश्चन, कोई भी एग्ज़ाम नहीं होता है. हर एग्ज़ाम में इंग्लिश लिटरेचर के T.S. Eliot से क्वेश्चन रहता ही रहता है. या तो क्वेश्चन उनके एज अ प्ले राइट रहेगा, एज अ क्रिटिक रहेगा, या फिर एज अ पोइट रहेगा. तो T.S. Eliot के सारे वर्क्स को आप बिल्कुल केयरफुली अच्छे से पढ़िए, अच्छे से याद करने की कोशिश कीजिएगा विद द पब्लिकेशन ऑफ द ईयर. ठीक है, with the year of the publication. ठीक है, you should remember he had written poems in the year 1920. He had written very famous poem entitled as Geronson, Sweeney Among the Nightingales. Then he has written the Modernist Manifesto as The Wasteland. The Wasteland was written in the year 1922 and The Wasteland से 20 बार से ज़्यादा क्वेश्चन आपके एग्जाम में आया हुआ है. It is the most important poem of T.S. Eliot and it includes famous phrase that April is the cruelest month. And ये लाइन कई बार पूछा गया है, who is the author who has written the April is the cruelest month. This line you can find in the poem The Wasteland. Another important line is, I'll show you fear in a handful of dust. This is another important line. Then Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. This line is also important. This particular poem is divided into 5 sections. The Burial of the Dead, A Game of Chess, The Fire Sermon and Death by Water, and What the Thunder Said. ठीक है, ये जो है ये 5 sections हैं द वेस्टलैंड का, जिसको आप याद रखिएगा. द वेस्टलैंड which is the most remarkable poem of modern period. It was written in the year 1922. The entire poem is divided into 5 sections. The Burial of Dead is the first section, then A Game of Chess, The Fire Sermon, The Death by Water and What the Thunder Said. याद रहेगा? Is it clear? पांचों सेक्शंस के नेम आपको याद रहेंगे. Did you get it? Okay, good. Then you should remember his another major writings like the Holocaust. It's not Halloween but it's Holocaust. Okay, Holocaust, which was written in the year 1925. Then he has written the Journey of the Maggie and Ash Wednesday. And the last poem by T.S. Eliot is 4 Quartets, came in the year 1945. So important writings of T.S. Eliot you should remember: Geronson, Sweeney Among the Nightingales, The Wasteland and the 5 sections of The Wasteland, then the Holocaust, the Journey of the Maggie, Ash Wednesday and 4 Quartets. He was also a critic. He was also a playwright. His important plays are Sweeney Agonies, The Rock and the most famous play, जहाँ से NTA बहुत बार क्वेश्चन पूछा है, UGC नेट के एग्जाम में भी ये पर्टिकुलर टाइटल पूछा गया है. This is Murder in the Cathedral. It is about the murder of Thomas Becket. Okay, Murder in the Cathedral, written in the year 1935. He has also written The Family Reunion, The Cocktail Party, The Confidential Clerk and The Elder Statesman. These are some important plays written by T.S. Eliot. अगर आप T.S. Eliot को अच्छे से पढ़ते हैं तो आपका यहाँ से 8 मार्क्स ऑटोमेटिकली आएगा. अगर आपने जेन्युइनली सारे क्वेश्चंस केयरफुली सारे टाइटल्स को पढ़ा है, आपको सारे वर्क्स के पब्लिकेशन ईयर पता है, प्लेस का टाइटल्स पता है, क्रिटिकल वर्क्स के नेम्स पता है, तो अगर क्वेश्चन आता है टी सिलेट से, एंड क्वेश्चन आएगा ही आएगा, ये होता है ना कि श्योर 100% श्योर है कि टी सिलेट से क्वेश्चन रहता है एग्जाम में, तो आप पोएट्री को भी, प्लेस को भी एंड क्रिटिकल वर्क्स को भी टी सिलेट को अच्छे से याद रखिएगा. He has also written critical essays like Tradition and Individual Talent. You know, Tradition and Individual Talent is a critical essay. This essay was divided into 3 parts. In the first part, he had focused on the relevance of the tradition, that why tradition is necessary for authors to understand. Then you should understand the second part is about the theory of impersonality, and this notion is important. See, theory of impersonality आपके एग्जाम में पूछा गया है कि who has given the concept of theory of impersonality. Theory of impersonality is an important concept given by T.S. Eliot in the essay Tradition and Individual Talent. And the last part is of conclusion. He has also written Hamlet and his problem. Hamlet and his problems. And he has also written The Metaphysical Poets. These 3 essays are really significant in the context of T.S. Eliot, जहाँ से आपके एग्जाम में बहुत बार क्वेश्चंस पूछे गए हैं. आई होप बच्चे अगर टी.एस. एलियट से क्वेश्चंस आएंगे एग्जाम में तो आपसे बन जाएगा. इज इट क्लियर टू यू ऑल? डू यू हैव एनी क्वेश्चन? मनीष जी, so I hope you got it. क्लियर है? टी.एस. एलियट से जितने क्वेश्चंस आएंगे तो आपको समझ में आ जाना चाहिए बच्चे, बन जाना चाहिए. गिव मी 2 minutes. ठीक है. हाँ, मैराथन चल रहा है 5 hours. Now we are going to know another important writers of modern period. ठीक है? We have discussed Virginia Woolf, we have discussed T.S. Eliot, we have discussed important war poets. Now we are going to discuss another important writers of modern age, and after the completion of modern period, we will be covering important writers, important poets of post-modern period. I hope you got it, and today we will finish this unit, British literature. In the next marathon class, I'll be taking class on Indian writing in English and Indian literature. So give me 1 minute. ठीक है? I'll be back. नहीं हुआ?
आगे के कहाँ पे है टॉपिक्स?
यहीं पे है, यही है. 3 अभी तो था ना.
से पेज लग रहा है ना.
सिलेट का सब कुछ समझ में आ गया. Now we are going to discuss next important author. Are you all clear about T.A. Silet? No question, no confusion. If you have any query, any confusion, any question, please do ask. You can put your question in the comment box. रिया समझ में आ गया? उजाला, श्रीजल, पीयूष, सोनाली, साक्षी, जानवी, all clear? पीयूष, अनुष्का, उजाला, all right, great. ठीक है, फिर अभी नेक्स्ट ऑथर हम पढ़ रहे हैं. We are going to discuss George Orwell, very important writer. George Orwell is another important writer of modern period. George Orwell का जन्म जो हुआ था वो बिहार के मोतिहारी में हुआ था. Orwell's first work was Down and Out in Paris and London, written in the year 1933. Burmese Days is his first novel. जॉर्ज ऑरवेल का जो पहला नॉवेल था वो था बर्मीज डेज. ठीक है. अनदर मेजर राइटिंग्स, मेजर वर्क्स ऑफ जॉर्ज ऑरवेल आर बर्मीज डेज, द फर्स्ट नॉवेल रिटन इन द ईयर 1934, अ क्लर्जीमैन्स डॉटर, then you should remember Coming Up for Air, and George Orwell is very famous for writing a political allegory, Animal Farm, in the year 1945. Animal Farm is considered as best political allegory of English literature. ठीक है. एनिमल फार्म का ईयर भी याद रखिएगा, 1945, एंड इट इज अ डायस्टोपियन नोवेला हैविंग द ओरिजिनल टाइटल एनिमल फार्म, अ फेरी स्टोरी, वेयर यू कैन फाइंड दिस लाइन, ऑल एनिमल्स आर इक्वल बट some are more equal than others. This is very famous line. You should remember, written in the work Animal Farm. All right. Then you should remember his another major work, his another significant work, 1984. 1984 is the title of the work which was written in the year 1949. ठीक है. 1949 में लिखा है जॉर्ज ऑरवेल ने 1984. He had also written non-fictional works like Down and Out in Paris and London. He had written The Road to Wigan-Pier and Inside the Well. Aldous Huxley, another important writer of modern period. Aldous Huxley का जो important work है, he was an English novelist and essayist. Aldous Huxley is very popularly known for the work Brave New World, written in the year 1932. Brave New World बहुत ही famous novel है, dystopian novel है Aldous Huxley का, and the title of this novel is derived from Miranda's speech in William Shakespeare's The Tempest. और यहाँ से क्वेश्चन एग्जाम में पूछा गया है ब्रेव न्यू वर्ल्ड, ये टाइटल अल्डस हक्सले ने विलियम शेक्सपियर के किस वर्क से लिया है? याद रखिएगा, द टेम्पेस्ट, विच इज अ लेटर प्ले बाय विलियम शेक्सपियर, where you can find the heroine Miranda, and from the speech of Miranda, Huxley took the title for his novel Brave New World, written in the year 1932. He has also written Science, Liberty and Peace, Literature and Science, and Music at Night. These are some important works by Aldous Huxley. I hope it's clear. Next important writer for you is John Galsworthy. John Galsworthy is popularly known for writing The Silver Box in the year 1906. Silver Box बहुत ही important work है जॉन गैल्सवर्दी का, जिसको 1906 में लिखा गया था. You should also remember the eldest son, and he has also written Justice, very important play of modern period. His notable works include the Forsyte Saga, and the sequel work of the Forsyte Saga was a modern comedy and end of the chapter. End of the chapter, modern comedy, the Forsyte Saga. These are some notable works, notable writings of John Galsworthy. You should also remember the Silver Box and Justice. Got it? Is it clear? फास्ट तो नहीं हो रहा है ना? ठीक है ना? समझ आ रहा है अच्छे से आप लोगों को? नेक्स्ट इंपॉर्टेंट ऑथर बिफोर यू इज E.M. फॉस्टर. E.M. फॉस्टर बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट राइटर है मॉडर्न पीरियड की. E.M. फॉस्टर का पहला नॉवेल है वेयर एंजल फियर्स टू ट्रेड. E.M. Foster, he was nominated for the Nobel Prize in Literature in 13 different times but never got it. His first novel is Where Angels Fear to Tread, written in the year 1905. It was set in Tuscany, was followed by his Bildungsroman novel The Longest Journey. You should remember the epigraph to Howard's End, where you can find this phrase only connect, which is famous. Only connect is an important phrase you can find in the work Howard's End. ठीक है? E.M. Foster का जो major novels है आप याद रखिएगा, Where Angels Fear to Tread, written in the year 1905. Then you should remember The Longest Journey, written in the year 1907. A Room with a View, written in the year 1908. A Passage to India, written in the year 1924. Morris and Howard's End. ठीक है? Important novels, important writings of E.M. Foster. You should remember Where Angels Fear to Tread, and this title, Where Angel Fears to Tread, he took from Alexander Pope's An Essay on Criticism. An essay on criticism, which is an important critical work by Pope, and from that particular work E.M. Foster took the title for his novel Where Angels Fear to Tread. Another important titles you should remember: The Longest Journey, A Room with a View, A Passage to India, very important, Morris, which is known for sexual themes, and Howard's Ends, where you can find the phrase only connect. Clear? Is it clear? Next important writer is E.M. Foster also has written work which is the result of his compiled lectures, Aspects of the Novel, written in the year 1927. Aspects of the Novel is the, is the compilation of his particular work, particular writing. Then you should remember next important writer of modern period, G.B. Shaw, George Bernard Shaw. G.B. Shaw, who was born in the year 1856 and died in the year 1950. G.B. Shaw was an Irish dramatist and literary critic, and G.B. Shaw is considered to be the first modern dramatist to have been awarded both the Nobel Prize in Literature in the year 1925 and the Oscar Award for his work on the film of his play Pygmalion, which he received in the year 1938. So G.B. Shaw is the first modern writer who received both of the literary prizes, both of the award, Oscar Award and Nobel Prize Award. Make sure you will remember the years of these two prizes as well, okay? That he received Nobel Prize in the year 1925 and he received Oscar in 1938 for the play Pygmalion. Pygmalion is the most famous play of G.B. Shaw, where you can find the character like Eliza, Professor Higgins, okay? And this is very interesting play, one should read it. His short stories are The Black Girl in Search of God. His important dramas, because G.B. Shaw is famously known for writing pleasant dramas and unpleasant dramas. So he had written Windsor's House, The Philanderer, and the most famous is Pygmalion, written in the year 1913. And Pygmalion is the romantic comedy by G.B. Shaw, where you can find the line, I don't want to talk grammar, I want to talk like a lady. This is the dialogue of Eliza. He has also written important plays like Arms and the Man and Candida, written in the year 1898. So you should remember Pygmalion, Arms and the Man, Candida, Man and Superman, Saint John. Saint John is considered as the last play of G.B. Shaw, and he has also written The Apple Cart in the year 1929. I hope you got it. Next important writer है आपके James Joyce. James Joyce used the term stream of consciousness. You know, stream of consciousness is a writing technique used by modern English writers. ओके, स्ट्रीम ऑफ कॉन्शियसनेस एंड एपिफेनी, ये दोनों टर्म्स दिया है जेम्स जॉयस ने, वन ऑफ द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट राइटर ऑफ मॉडर्न पीरियड. व्हाट इज स्ट्रीम ऑफ कॉन्शियसनेस? स्ट्रीम ऑफ कॉन्शियसनेस इज ऑल्सो नोन एज इंटीरियर मोनोलॉग and this term was coined by William James. Don't get confused between Henry James and William James. William James had coined the term stream of consciousness in his book The Principle of Psychology. Important writings of James Joyce you should remember: The Holy Office, Dubliners. Dubliners was written in the year 1914 and Dubliners is a collection of 15 short stories. He has also written A Portrait of an Artist as a Young Man in the year 1916, and A Portrait of an Artist as a Young Man is considered as the first novel of James Joyce. It is also called psychological novel of Joyce. He has written Exiles, a play, then Finnegan Wake. It is a dream sequence written in the year 1939. जेम्स जॉयस का सबसे फेमस प्ले है, सबसे फेमस वर्क है अ पोर्ट्रेट ऑफ एन आर्टिस्ट एज ए यंग मैन. याद रहेगा. यू शुड ऑल्सो रिमेंबर द ईयर 1916. इज इट क्लियर? समझ में आ रहा है? फास्ट तो नहीं हो रहा है ना? फिनेगन वेक, एग्जाइल्स, डबलाइनर्स and the portrait of an artist as a young man. Okay, next important writer is D.H. Lawrence. D.H. Lawrence was renowned novelist, poet, essayist and short story writer. E.M. Forster called him the greatest imaginative novelist of his generation. D.H. Lawrence is regarded as the greatest imaginative novelist of his generation. D.H. Lawrence's important works are The White Peacock. Please remember the works of D.H. Lawrence chronologically. Chronologically बहुत बार पूछा गया है D.H. Lawrence से क्वेश्चन, तो याद रखिएगा. He has written The White Peacock in the year 1911. He has written The Tree Passer in the year 1912. Sons and Lovers in the year 1913, The Rainbow in the year 1915, Women in Love in the year 1920. Okay? Thank you. Okay. You should remember The White Peacock, written in the... रहने दीजिए. Hello? He has written The White Peacock in the year 1911. He has written The Tree Passer, Sons and Lover, The Rainbow and Women in Love. Women in Love is considered as the sequel work of The Rainbow, and this is very important. You should remember the year. The Rainbow was written in the year 1915. Women in Love was written in the year 1920. The early titles were The Sisters and The Wedding Ring. ठीक है? विमेन इन लव का जो अर्ली टाइटल्स था वो था द सिस्टर्स एट द वेडिंग रिंग. यू मस्ट रिमेंबर द व्हाइट पीकॉक,
The Trespasser, Sunset Lover, The Rainbow, and Women in Love. These are some important works written by D.H. Lawrence. He has also written Kangaroo in the year 1923, The Boy in the Bush in the year 1924. He has written Lady Chatterley's Lover, and Lady Chatterley's Lover was a controversial work. He has written The Virgin and Gypsy and Other Stories. These are some important works of D.H. Lawrence. Make sure these works are clear to you. He has also written important poems like Birds, Beasts and Flowers. This is very significant work. Then the collected poems of D.H. Lawrence. Okay? Is it clear? Next important writer है आपके डोरोथी रिचर्डसन. डोरोथी रिचर्डसन के ये इंपॉर्टेंट वर्क है जिसमें से डेडलॉक याद कर लीजिएगा, बैक वाटर एंड मोस्ट फेमस हनी कॉम्ब. क्लियर? ओके. Walter de la Mare, another important writer and war poet. Walter de la Mare had written important poems like The Return, Memoirs of Midgate, and Mr. Bumps and His Monkey. The Riddle and Other Stories are important. Oh lovely England. So यहाँ तक आपका modern period था. We have discussed important writers of modern period. Now we are going to know all those important writers of postmodern period. So are you okay with modern period writers? All clear? Any question regarding modern period? No question? Got it. Postmodern writer, postmodern literature में, postmodern you can find fragmented narratives, themes of alienation, identity crisis. postmodern writer में जो important writers हैं आपके पहले वो है विलियम गोल्डिंग. ठीक है, विलियम गोल्डिंग is very famous postmodernist writer and he is very famous because he received Nobel Prize in Literature in the year 1983. He also got Booker Prize for his novel The Rites of Passage in the year 1980. The Rites of Passage is considered as one of this novel is from trilogy of Golding's, where you can find other novels like To the Ends of Earth, and the other two are Quartets and the Fire Down Below. His three works are important. विलियम गोल्डिंग के 3 important works है जिसको आप याद रखिएगा. पहला है Lord of the Flies, written in the year 1954. Then you should remember The Scorpion God, 1971. To the End of the World, that is the part of the trilogy. The Pyramid, and an Egyptian Journal, which is non-fictional work of William Golding. ठीक है. विलियम गोल्डिंग के अलावा जो नेक्स्ट इंपॉर्टेंट पोस्ट मॉडर्निस्ट राइटर है वो है जॉन ऑसबॉर्न. जॉन ऑसबॉर्न was also a significant author in postmodern literature, and John Osborne was associated with angry young man movement. This movement consisted a group of British novelists and playwrights in the 1950s who expressed their dissatisfaction with the prevailing socio-political order of their country. That is why the entire group of authors named as Angry Young Man Movement. ठीक है, this group of intellectuals who had grown up after World War II belonged to the lower middle class or working class background. They revolted against the hypocrisy of the upper class and rebelled against unfair treatment meted out to them. The phrase was originally coined by the Royal Court Theatre's press officer George Fearon to promote John Osborne's play Look Back in Anger. The most famous play of John Osborne is Look Back in Anger, written in the year 1956. Angry Young Man Movement जो है Angry Young Man Movement from this particular movement these writers are associated. You should remember John Osborne is the leading writer, leading literary figure of this group. then you should remember Philip Larkin, then you should remember John Brain, Kingsley Amis, John Venn, John Arden, Harold Pinter and Alan Silto. These are some important writers, important literary figures you can find in the movement, in the particular movement which we call angry young man movement, and John Osborne is considered as the most important personality. Let's know his major writings. You should remember Look Back in Anger, written in the year 1956. Then you should remember The Entertainer, Tom Jones, written in the year 1964, and Tom Jones, written by John Osborne, is an adaptation of Fielding's novel into a film. He has also written Time Present, and it is considered as autobiographical work. Next important postmodernist writer is Muriel Spark, and Muriel Spark had written a campus novel, The Prime of Miss Jean Brodie, written in the year 1961. The Prime of Miss Jean Brodie is very significant, is very important work by Muriel Spark. Her another important works are The Comforters, Memento Mori, The Bachelors. Then you should remember The Girls of Slender Maze and Symposium. Most importantly, you should remember The Prime of Miss Jean Brodie. It is a rewriting of a novel of Victorian novel Jane Eyre, written by Charlotte Brontë. Charlotte Brontë, who is one of Bronte's sister, who had written Jane Eyre. So this particular work of Muriel Spark, The Prime of Miss Jean Brodie, is considered as the retelling, okay, retelling of the work Jane Eyre. और यहाँ से क्वेश्चन आपके एग्जाम में पूछा जा सकता है. समझ में आ रहा है? Is it clear? Okay. So next important author is Tom Stoppard, and Tom Stoppard is famously known for writing Rosencrantz and Guildenstern Are Dead. He has also written Arcadia. You know, Rosencrantz and Guildenstern, both of these two minor characters you can find in the tragedy of Hamlet, one of the greatest tragedy written by William Shakespeare. Tom Stoppard took the title for his novel Rosencrantz and Guildenstern Are Dead from William Shakespeare's play Hamlet. ठीक है, और यहाँ से क्वेश्चन एग्जाम में पूछा गया है. अगर आपसे क्वेश्चन पूछा जाएगा तो याद रखिएगा ये टाइटल टॉम स्टॉपार्ड ने हेमलेट से लिया है. Rosencrantz and Guildenstern Are Dead. नेक्स्ट इंपॉर्टेंट राइटर है डोरिस लेसिंग. Doris Lessing was a British poet, novelist, playwright, biographer and short story writer. Doris Lessing is very important for writing novels. Her important works, Lessing's important works are The Grass is Singing, very important. And all of you must have heard this particular novel, The Golden Notebook, written in the year 1968. The Golden Notebook is very important work by Doris Lessing. ठीक है, Doris Lessing के context में The Golden Notebook याद रखिएगा और Grass is Singing याद रखिएगा. Then you have Kingsley Amis, another important writer, poet and critic of post-modern age. He has written Lucky Jeep. Lucky Jim was written in the year 1954, and Lucky Jim is considered as the first. Lucky Jim was considered as the first campus novels of England. ठीक है, Lucky Jim is considered as the first campus novel of England. You should remember the year of the publication of this novel, 1954. He has written The Uncertain Feeling, The Green Man, Stanley and the Women, and The Old Devils. These are some important novels by Kingsley Amis. Bertrand Russell, you know, important writer who had written these important works. Then we have Samuel Beckett. Samuel Beckett, who is very important writer in the context of absurdist theatre. जब भी बात absurd drama की जाएगी, absurd drama से क्वेश्चन रहेगा, सैमुअल बेकेट को आप याद रखिएगा. He was associated with absurdist theatre and he was an Irish avant-garde novelist. He was an Irish playwright and novelist. He is considered to be the last modernist and first postmodernist. He is one of the key writers in the theatre of absurd. What is absurd? Absurdity, it shows meaninglessness. At that particular point of time, after First World War and the Second World War, people were questioning at their existence. They were questioning at their identity. That is why theatre of absurd came in the fashion. And you all know Samuel Beckett का जो सबसे famous play है Waiting for Godot. This particular play symbolizes that we all are waiting for somebody, someone, something to happen one day, and we exactly don't know like for what, for whom and for which thing we are waiting for. सैमुअल बेकेट का ये जो प्ले है वेटिंग फॉर गोडो बहुत ही वंडरफुल प्ले है एब्सर्डिस्ट ड्रामा के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में. ही हैज़ ऑल्सो रिटेन मलोन डाइज, मॉली द अननेमेबल, क्रैप्स लास्ट टेप एंड हैप्पी डेज. These are some important writings of okay, written by Samuel Beckett. Most importantly, you should remember Waiting for Godot. I hope it's clear. Next important writer, postmodernist writer Philip Larkin, Seamus Heaney and Tate Hughes. और आपका यहाँ पे ब्रिटिश लिटरेचर खत्म होता है. British literature, which is one of the most wide unit of your syllabus, which is one of the most scoring topic of your syllabus. We did it. आपके मैराथन में British literature खत्म हो गया. I hope you all got it. If you have any question regarding British literature, you can ask me. In the next marathon class, I'll bring next unit of your syllabus, and most probably we will do important unit like Indian literature and Indian writing in English. And thank you so much for your effort, for your cooperation, that you all stayed for 5 hours, for long 5 hours. Thank you so much. Thank you, student. Please put your comment after the live session in the comment box, okay? And share this link among your batchmates, among the groups of your college, okay? In the group of your college, so that more students will get benefited from this session. And thank you so much again. Please keep revising all important units because time is very limited now. फेब भी कल ख़त्म हो जाएगा एंड मार्च में 12th of March को इंग्लिश लिटरेचर का एग्ज़ाम है. तो जितनी नई चीज़ें आप पढ़ रहे हो उससे ज़्यादा इम्पॉर्टेंट है कि जो चीज़ें आप पढ़ चुके हैं उसको आप रिवाइज़ कीजिए. मुझे पता है कि ये इतने सारे वाइड कॉन्सेप्ट्स आपको जल्दी क्लियर नहीं होंगे, लेकिन जितनी भी चीज़ें आपको समझ में आ गया है क्योंकि मैंने क्लास में रिपीटेडली चीज़ें बताई हैं, तो मेक श्योर कि जो चीज़ें स्टार मार्क मैंने किया है वो आप हर रोज़ रिवाइज़ करो, अपने एग्ज़ाम तक रिवाइज़ करो, मॉक टेस्ट सॉल्व करो, क्वेश्चन पेपर्स देखो, and revision is the key. See you all in the next session. All right, thank you so much. Thank you all.